Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, there is no bass fishery like this on the face of the earth. A truly unique place when you combine the mighty St. Lawrence River with vast Lake Ontario. Welcome to the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River. And this special place is this week at its very best. What a treat for all of us for the next 5 hours as we get ready to bring you coverage of semifinal Saturday. The rules of the game, we started out with 90 anglers competing out here. We cut the field to 47 after 2 days of competition. And we have those 47 out there gunning for 10 spots on the finals. 10 chances to get one of those vaunted blue trophies. Only 9 of them available. These guys all want it so bad. And they have got a truly different sort of situation here. This is a place, Davey Height, where you can go big and still have to go home. I mean, that's how good it's been.
Absolutely, Tommy. Yesterday we had to cut half the field, and a lot of those guys, I'm sure they're still shaking their heads, catching over a 4-pound average of smallmouth bass for 2 days and did not make the top cut.
Take a look at our leaderboard right now. As it stands, the top 10, we'll be with them all day long. Corey Johnston, 63 pounds and 6 ounces. He's gotten off to a fast start. Ditto for Bob Downey at Minnesota. Greg Hackney, former Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Chris Johnston, former champion here. Kenta Kimura having a great tournament. Clark Winlet, who has been fishing here so many years, so much good experience on this place. The rookie, Jay Shakurit, had the lead coming into today. He's had a fantastic tournament. Jacob Fouts, another rookie who has been absolutely overperforming during the course of this one. Take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. We love New York. Bass fishing is huge in New York, and this is one of the greatest places to go, the St. Lawrence River.
Absolutely, Tommy. Bass fishing is huge in New York, but it's definitely huge on the St. Lawrence River. About 100 miles of river, and it is a big river, the St. Lawrence River, that these anglers can fish, and we have some fishing from one end of the other to the other, all the way out to the lake. And you see there when we're looking at the Humminbird Unlock the Lake, a lot of the anglers are focusing most of their time. They're at the mouth of the river and Lake Ontario. A lot of those smallmouth bass relate to the current change right in that area. And you see a lot of the bigger fish caught, especially early yesterday and early this morning, around the mouth of the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario.
Take off from Clayton, New York. That's our headquarters for this tournament. A great place. What a terrific destination for a summer's day in July. Let's take you right down to the man who held the lead after day one of fishing, the rookie, Jacob Fouts.
Jacob, you're live. Tell us about the difference between day one and day three now, what you're doing and how you're seeing it.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing I've done the first 2 days. I'm just up here on all these fishing, just trying to fish as many shallow flats as I can. You know, looking for a good sandy bottom with a bunch of rock. Really just using my eyes, looking either for the fish themselves or big rock to throw next to. You know, there's not just a pile of fish up shallow, but you know, it seems like the ones that are left are good ones for the most part. You know, I had almost 28 pounds the first day, and then you know, yesterday had just 20 pounds, but you know, had some missed opportunities that would have given me a little better bag. It wouldn't have been no 28 pounds, but you know, 22, 23, 24 pounds, somewhere in there, you know, is what I could have had yesterday if I could have capitalized on the opportunities. You know, I'm not getting just a bunch of bites up here, but you know, I'm just trying to cover as much water as I can, and you know, hopefully run into the right ones. You know, that's what I'm gonna mix it up a little bit today. I think I'm kind of running out of fish, so I'm gonna go. I've got some deep fish that I haven't touched yet. I'm gonna run out to the lake and fish for them. Fish for them more than likely, unless I start catching a bunch up shallow again. So you know, just taking it as it comes.
Notice Jacob fishing extremely shallow here for Lake Ontario. A lot of the anglers fishing out in 10, 20, even 30 feet of water. Jacob starting out his first day's
like
big catch, almost 28 pounds, all caught less than 5 feet
There's
deep.
a few left spawning, and there's a few.
Jacob Fouts again, just 1 ounce shy of 28 pounds on day number one. Just a fantastic effort on that first day here, trying to hang there in the top 10. That's where you have to be at the end of this day if you want a shot at the championship. Here's a former champion, 2020, Chris Johnston.
Chris, we're live with you. How's it going this morning?
Had a great start. First cast got a 4.5. I've caught a couple threes. Unfortunately, 3-pounders just don't cut it out here, but I'm seeing some. They're actually hard to see. They're really tight to bottom right now, which usually they bite better when you can get on them, but this is where I ended the day yesterday. I had about 15 minutes and I caught about 4, 5.5, a 5, 4, and a 3.5. And I thought it was going to be on just like I ended the day, but they're a little more stubborn this morning. But we're going to give this spot another 10 minutes or so and then just start doing a milk run and fish some stuff that I fished the first 2 days and some new stuff I haven't checked yet. I didn't even get a chance to check it in practice. This lake's just so big. And when the wind's up, you can't cover a lot of water. There's one right there. Let's see if I can get this one.
Chris Johnson currently standing in second place to one of his arch rivals, his own brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Who we will get to a little bit later on. But right now, let's check out one of the absolute stalwarts of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Bassmasters in general throughout the past couple of decades, Greg
That
Hackney.
ain't even him. I'm looking at that big one. There's 2 or 3 of them right there. There's, oh my gosh, there's a whole bunch. Get in here, buddy. Golly. I mean, like a bunch.
It's interesting to see the 3 anglers we've seen so far. Jacob Fouts fishing shallow, looking at these fish with his eyes, polarized sunglasses. Chris Johnson fishing a little deeper using his forward-facing sonar, his electronics, looking at those fish. And Greg Hackney, another one that's fishing shallow, visually seeing these fish.
I'm watching that big one. My line's going this way. I couldn't see that little one. I mean, I didn't even see him until I set the hook. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm watching that. I'm like, it went to picking up, and I was like, kind of acts like one's got it, but I'm looking at him, you know, he swam right past it. I don't know where they... Well, yeah, he swallows the hook because I'm watching I'm trying to see what that big one. Dang, and I looked down, there was like two, another one up here. And they were, you know, swimming this way. Typically when I catch one, they just hang around the boat.
Felix hooked up, former Bassmaster Elite Series Rookie of the Year, Minnesota native, has caught 25 pounds even for both of the first 2 days.
Austin's been starting shallow like Fouts and Hackney, but he said today he thought he was going to mix it up and actually start out deeper. Looks like he's done that.
There you go. Come here.
Little baby guy. Keep in mind they can only bring 5 to the scales, and Ronnie, you can tell us all about how the ones that size, you know, those 2.5, 3 pounders do not matter to these anglers much at all.
It's just a comfort thing having one in the box, but not comfortable knowing that if it's still there at the end of the day, you have no shot at doing well in this event.
No. But you got one to bite at least.
A great picture there of Lake Ontario. You don't see it as calm as what we're looking at right there very often at all. And this is the third day in a row they've had these conditions.
Felix started the day in third place, and Titley caught that one. He had dropped out of the top 10 so early on today. That's how fast and furious it is. That's how high the ceiling is and the floor as well. Now to our leader at the moment, Corey Johnston, brother of Chris Johnston, whom we just spent a little time with.
Kidding me? How does it just disappear? There she is. Morning has been a bit of a battle. Caught a few. It's a good one. Been a bit of a struggle this morning, but we're getting some bites. I got a mechanical issue I gotta go get fixed here.
Well, you don't want to hear that. Corey Johnston has had issues here before that keep him from holding the blue trophy over his head. Certainly don't want him to have more bad luck.
I'm telling you, I'm cursed on this river on day 3s and 4.
Mentally, you don't even want to be thinking that while you're trying to land a big smallmouth. Part of our game, though. You can have mechanical issues. You're on the Great Lake, and things can certainly go wrong. And your equipment takes a lot of beating day after day.
You can't play around with that.
Extremely clear water. They have to use light line to get these smallmouth to bite. A lot of times 5, 6, 7, 8 pound test line.
Come on. Not that big.
That's why we all love catching these smallmouth bass, because they're relentless fighters. But in a tournament situation, you don't want to take forever trying to get them in. You certainly don't want to lose them up beside the boat.
Okay, come on.
Beautiful smallmouth bass.
Even the long, skinny ones. It's like if they're skinny here in the St. Lawrence, they're so long that they're still 4+ pounds.
It's going to be number 5 for Corey Johnston. Limit early, none of the giants.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in, a limit for these anglers is 5 fish. Once you get to 5, you have to cull a fish. So if he catches another one, Davey, that's bigger than one in his 5 fish limit, he will trade them out. You know, he'll throw the smaller one back into the lake, still keep 5 in his live well at all times, per state laws and per tournament laws. So we just follow that, and you can keep up with the live leaderboard on Bass Track, and that's what we'll reference throughout the day as well.
So when they catch that 6 fish, it's technically in the boat, but you can't possess it. So they cannot go back to fishing again. They have to cull immediately. They can't drive the outboard engine somewhere. They can't go back fishing. They have to release that 6 fish and only have 5 in their possession.
Some footage you're seeing on the left of his earlier 4 catches today, 4 keeper catches today. Definitely one of the favorites coming in, has been 1, 2, or 3 throughout the course of this event so far. But to hear him talk about an issue that has to be addressed, you can't spot the field a whole lot of time when it's as fast and furious as it is here.
Time is such an important thing here.
There by that fish on the morning update, but got a limit, none that we want to keep yet. Beautiful morning. The wind's somewhat calm, a little bit of a chop, but I got a mechanical issue I gotta go get fixed. So I'm waiting to meet the guy and get that fixed so I can get to my primary area where I've been catching them. Hopefully that don't take too long.
So Corey was talking about waiting on a guy. These anglers, the companies that products that they use send support teams out to help them when they have any kind of issues, and evidently there's the support team, some of the service crew is coming closer to him so he doesn't lose as much time, and he'll go meet them there and they'll fix the issue.
Well, hopefully it won't take long. We want all of our anglers today, all of our 47, to be at their best all day long. Yeah. That's the ideal situation.
Tommy, you mentioned it's incredible. You can't spot the field even an hour of time. We had 8 anglers average 20 pounds and go home. 20 pounds is a fantastic mark, and here it is par or actually below par.
Yeah. It's a unique place, like we say, and it's at its best. That's what's ahead of us today. Our 5 hours of coverage here on FS1. Corey Johnston with the lead, as you saw right there. Bob Downey of Minnesota. Kenta Kimura keeps advancing up the leaderboard. Chris Johnston as well. Clark Winlet, the veteran, making his way into the top 10 early on today. We will be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Gotcha. Football. Just finished up here day 2 at the St. Lawrence River and had 24.5, I think, something like that. I mean, 24.5 of smallmouth good any day, but I mean, these guys are catching them here big time. So, you know, we're gonna have to do a little better tomorrow. But today, I mean, I fished a lot of 5 to 20 foot of water today, a lot of drop shot. Used the Spro CJ Smasher a lot today. Caught a lot of fish on this. So, you know, it's tough out there. It really is. The weights are excellent, but I didn't catch a ton of big fish today like normally happens. A lot of 4-pounders. There was a lot of 3-pounders today. So go out tomorrow, have some fun, and try and catch 27. Yeah. Oh, that's a big one.
Bass Pro Shops top lures with, as it happens, our current leader, Corey Johnston right now. Corey and his brother Chris both having great seasons, as they seem to always do. And of course, this is a place that they both call their favorite place to fish. Let's talk about the season. We're in the last third of it right now as we enter this tournament. Very important for guys to amass as many points as they can. Our Progressive Insurance Elite Series Angler of the Year race, Brandon Polony had the lead coming in here. He had a great day number 1. Had a little bit of a slip up on day number 2. Fell out of the top 10. Still very much in the picture here, though. And went right back into that top 10 at a moment's notice, with the lead over John Cox being extended a bit during the course of the first couple of days.
57 points, Tommy. That's the biggest Angler of the Year lead that we have seen so far this season. In 2017, when he won Angler of the Year, he left the St. Lawrence River with that AOI lead, so we'll see if he can win his second Angler of the Year. We still have 2 events left, but leaving here with a lead is always a positive. We go out to Stetson Blaylock. Had the biggest bag of the day yesterday, the 3rd biggest Elite Series all smallmouth bag ever.
See Stetson taking his time here with this fish. Biggest bag yesterday, but said he lost a fish or 2. Could have possibly had right at 30 pounds, which would have eclipsed the all-time record for the 5-fish limit of smallmouth bass.
No matter what bass tournament level you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
Those are the kind they're looking for. You heard these anglers say 3-pounders won't cut it. Well, that's not a 3-pounder there. That's a beautiful fish.
Everybody loves a chunky 3-pound smallmouth, but they will just do you no good.
Yes.
Almost a 4.
Stetson started the day in 4th place. That one will get him back into the top 10 as his first keeper of the day. Back over to Austin Felix, whom we just moments ago saw him catch his first keeper of the day. He started the day in 3rd.
Didn't think I'd have to pull this out today. Come here. First bed fish of the week.
That's how much quicker he got that fish in the boat. He went in the rod box and got out a bait caster. A lot more power and leverage, probably, 10 to 15-pound test line, so you can get those fish in the boat quicker. If you can trick them into biting that heavier tackle.
Must be your go-to bed bait.
Yeah, for out here. I got it rigged up just to be safe. He's probably pretty skinny though. He's been there for a while. Chill out. Chill out. Stop. Stop it. Oh, forget you. What color did I grab one? He's 3.5.
3.5 pounder there, like you talked about earlier, Ronnie. That's just a little comfort in the live well. Certainly hope they don't stay in there very long if they're 3-pounders.
Felix in our top 10, obviously on camera today, but his two other Elite Series trips here, he's got a 25th and a 10th on his resume there as well. So sure bet to be in the day 3 cut, and 50% of the time he's made the final day cut.
Another one of the big names in the Bassmaster Elite Series, along with Stetson Blaylock, who also, like Blaylock, fished his way into the top 10 yesterday with a big day. Patrick Walters of South Carolina.
Looking at that map, you really can't appreciate how far away from takeoff Patrick Walters is, but He's traveled farther than most of our 47 that are fishing today.
Like Austin Felix, super consistent 24/7, day 1, 24/13 on day 2.
Patrick known for being very, very good with his electronics, especially his forward-facing sonar and his 360 imaging. It's hooked up here.
Davey, it doesn't look that far on the map, but like you mentioned, Walter's about 30 miles out into the lake from the mouth of the river. That's not even counting from takeoff, just from where the mouth of the river and the lake connect, 30 miles.
Well, these guys will be making moves today. Many of them have a very specific 4-day plan. Provided they make it through all 4 days, it'll be interesting to track all of that today. Corey Johnston still on top now. Bob Downey moving into second place, and Kenta Kimura has jumped up another position from outside the top 10 on this day. Chris Johnston and Clark Wendlandt rounding out our top 5. We will be right back. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox as the Red Sox head to the Bronx to take on Aaron Judge and the rival Yankees. Or Christian Yelich and the Brewers take on the Giants tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Check local listings for the game in your area. We are right in the middle of it. Semi-final Saturday on the Bassmaster Elite Series on an incredible St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario at its best this week. Plenty of reasons to stick around. This fellow's glad he showed up here. The rookie Jay Shakurit has had a tremendous day. Started the day with the lead, 26-13 on day 1, 25-8 on day 2.
Jay got a real special place. The only angler I've talked to that said there's a lot of bait fish around where he's at, and that's really, really key to keep these smallmouth in that area and not go other places. As long as that bait stays there, he'll be in great shape.
And it'll be a great spot for fish in all stages, because a lot of these shallow smallmouth might not be actively feeding. They may be guarding fry, they may be on the bed, but for fish that are done and they need to start feeding up, they're not going to leave, like you said, Davey. They got a reason to come there and a reason to stay there.
A lot of the anglers that you see fishing extremely shallow, those fish have been up there spawning and guarding their fry, and they'll be moving out a little deeper, and this is a perfect place. We talk about you don't want to fish where those fish have been, or maybe a few are, but where they're going, and this really is set up to be just perfect for Jay. More fish to be coming out to him today and tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yes. Fish number 1. Thank you.
Top 2 anglers right there in the 2 box in your Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year battle, and they've been sharing the lead this week. You got some young anglers that people might not know about, but these 2 guys
ones to watch.
Grew up on smallmouth bodies of water, and Jay still lives not far from them.
I think this is Jacob Fouts hooked up here, and he's a former college national champion, right?
Yeah, yeah. He actually won the college national championship on all largemouth and then turned around the next week and won the bracket to make all his dreams come true on all smallmouth.
Yeah.
Very diverse angler from Ohio that now lives in Tennessee.
Was our day one leader. A little bit of a slowdown yesterday, but you get the feeling. And he had some difficulties. He had some unfortunate
For sure.
fish.
Yes. And
that he
showed some
couldn't
great
put in the line.
integrity as well. Yeah.
Yes.
I mentioned this yesterday, but it's amazing to be a young angler like he is, and he just seems to be so cool, calm, and collected, especially yesterday when he had some things not go his way. His mood never really changed, and he ended up recovering and having another good day.
She thinks she's big. Oh no. No. 2-pounder probably, 2 3/4.
Don't think he's hooked very good.
It was like twins.
Jacob just caught that fish on a
Don't
black
even
hair
act like you
jig.
know.
You see a lot of the anglers that are fishing shallow using that jig. Stetson with another good fish on. He's one of the anglers that's been fishing shallow and deep, doing a little bit of both depending on the time of day.
Two guys with the biggest bags yesterday, Drew Cook and Blaylock, said they both spent just a few hours on the spot that did a lot of work for them, and they looked forward to maybe spending a lot more time there today. That's always what we see, growing your pattern, expanding each day.
When you mentioned Drew Cook, Ronnie, he has our Phoenix Boats big bass of the day so far, 5-pound, 4-ounce. Davey, how do these guys target the bigger fish?
Oh, you're just certain areas seem to hold those bigger fish, and if you're around a bunch of small fish, you know you have to move on.
Stetson Blaylock working hard. We had a great day yesterday for him. Ditto for this man right here, Patrick Walters.
He's kind of taken over the last year or so his biggest weakness, Davey, which if we could ever say Patrick Walters has a weakness, is that he's maybe a average or below average smallmouth fisherman on Elite Series competition. But the last couple events we've been up north, he's really started to get that consistency and the ability to stack big weight. He's one of the anglers with consistent weights, 2 24+ pound bags.
Oh, this is a big one. You're right, though, Ronnie. I mean, Patrick Walters has won at every level coming up through. He's also a college national champion, right?
Yep. From South Carolina.
And has won at every level, but you see him up in the standings. He's never very far down in the Angler of the Year points race, but he kind of slips away a little bit when we go on the Northern Swing late in the season, but I don't think that's going to happen this year.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the best in the world at forward-facing sonar, the live technology that we talk about. And with smallmouth, that can be a game changer to unlock. And you can also chase ghosts. I feel like he's spent time looking at fish the last few years and not been able to catch them. But this year, it looks like he's figured that out, Davey.
Got a big move from Kenta Kimura from 24th to 3rd place. He's got a limit throwing about 19 pounds today.
It's a solid fish there for Patrick. He's using soft plastics, it appears. Maybe not a drop shot, but just a wacky rig or a Nico rig.
Which is one of those techniques. It's the same soft plastic worms in a lot of these situations.
We got 3 fish, all small. Have to get rid of every single one of them, but hey, we got to start with a limit. I've been here before where I started throwing fish I didn't need back and ended up not with a limit. So I'm not going to throw them back this time, at least not to start. Just catching them shallow right now. First spot I didn't like what I was seeing, so we rolled out of there. We're just kind of, we're going to bump around, then head some good stuff. Try to catch a bunch of 4-pounders and try to get 2 big bites today. That is the goal.
Switched up baits there. He went a little like a drop shot. He's hooked up.
Wow.
There's a better one looking.
So incredible to see these fish. The water's so clear. You watch the fish for half of the fight, you can just see them. Special place, very special place.
Wow. Nothing like it.
Goodness, right there. Take it easy, Bubba. Oh my goodness, come here.
I think it was a little swim bait. He switched up from what looked like a wacky worm
He jumped, didn't he?
to a swim bait out there and caught one on the very next cast.
So Austin Felix drop shotting with that bait caster with what looked like a swim bait, but not necessarily thrown the traditional way. So we see these guys mix up some baits up north in the way they fish them down south.
Yeah.
Poor fish for Patrick Walters, as he said. I don't want to keep any of them. They're placeholders for now. He'll look to get bigger ones, 4 pounds, 5 pounds, and up as the day goes on. There's your unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Corey Johnston, despite everything he's got going on, he's hanging on to that lead. Bob Downey in second place. Kenta Kimura, man, oh man, having a great day. Busting into the top 10. Chris Johnston, Austin Felix, Wentland, Shakura, Ito, and Blaylock, and all the rest. Be right back.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Amy Freeze, and this is the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite Series forecast. You can expect a mix of sun and clouds all weekend on the St. Lawrence River in Clayton, New York. Today, picture perfect. Temperatures in the low 80s, a light breeze, and water temperatures are in the high 60s. For tomorrow, more of the same. Beautiful. We'll get around 84 degrees, low humidity, plus almost no wind. And those calm conditions will let anglers go for all their favorite smallmouth spots. Remember, you can track weather real time when you download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Amy Freeze, the bearer of good news yet again, and what she's talking about, these incredible conditions here have contributed to this place being at its absolute best. Many guys not even needing their electronics, they can see so much because of the lack of wind, the clarity of water, waves, and they can get around better too. They can make moves a lot easier, and that's kind of important when you get in a Great Lakes sort of scenario.
Absolutely, Tommy. When you look out at Lake Ontario right now, it looks gentle as a lamb, but so many times when we've had a Bassmaster events up here, to just travel a few miles out into the lake could take you up to an hour, and now they can just do it literally in a few minutes.
Talking about moving, let's talk about our Mercury move of the day. For that, we'll point to the man who's currently in third place, Kenta Kimura. This is his Mercury move from 24th yesterday all the way up to third in short time today.
Yeah, great move from Kenta here at 742 catching a 4-pounder, and you look at his weight there, he still has, his third fish was a 212, but he's still got 1914 with those 2 4.5-pounders that he caught a little bit after 8 o'clock this morning. A big, big move. And keep in mind, if you look at this like a football game, we're just barely into the third quarter, so a lot of fishing to go, and a move like that, if he continues to cull a few of those fish out, could be right there in the mix tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely.
What's incredible about Kenta Kimura, we've talked about it as we've seen him rise up the leaderboard throughout the week and fall back, rise up, is that Last year, at the end of the season, he finished 69th in our Angler of the Year race and had 390 points for the year. He's done so much better in his second year on the Elites. He has 390 points already this season with multiple events left and is in the top 20 in Angler of the Year. So what a year two. No sophomore slump, if anything.
No,
it's the
absolutely.
sophomore uptick for sure for Kenta Kimura.
A lot of talent. Ditto for this rookie here, Jay Shakura. Started the season on fire, held that Rookie of the Year lead for a good long while and trying to take it over again.
Dropped back a little bit this morning, was down to I think 8th place, but then back up a little bit. Not catching the numbers of fish this morning, but the size has been there for him. So sounds like he's got another good one on the way you hear his line singing through the water. Jay is another angler that just amazes me how calm, cool, and collect he has been this week. A lot of pressure, a lot of money on the line, making the Bassmaster Classic, all those things involved, and he just acts like he's been doing this for 30 years.
He's had a steady progression. He's a two-time co-angler winner in the Opens division, Lay Lake and Grand Lake, and then he went through the Opens, qualified for the Elites.
These young anglers, when they make it to the Elite Series, they're technically rookies, but they're really no rookies. They're just rookies to the Elite Series. A lot of tournament experience.
Like that right there.
That's just Jay's third fish. Stetson's got 4. That looking for his 5th one right now.
Like with a little bit of audio trouble, but we can kind of give some background on him. We mentioned it, 27-11, a huge jump up the leaderboard for him yesterday. Guys, to put it in perspective, that would be the biggest bag of the tournament by far if it wasn't for Jacob Fouts on day 1 of this event with a 27-15 bag, and those two are now 1st and 3rd all-time for Elite Series all smallmouth bags. All 3 of those bags have came on the St. Lawrence River, and we've had multiple 27-pound bags this week as well. Drew Cook also caught one on day 2 of this event. We saw 5 27-pound bags last fall in our Opens level, which is the semi-pro circuit, to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series and the Classic.
Just incredible here, looking at Stetson fighting his fish, and as you look down, there's other fish just swimming along with it. What a fishery when you can, number one, just a beauty, but when you've got one fish on and you see other fish just swimming around. So incredible. So, Ronnie, you think this, I mean, we've been here a number of years. It's 23rd visit from Bass to the St. Lawrence River.
Which is what is that, the 4th or 3rd or most visited? Go ahead.
Yes, I think you're right. The 4th or the 3rd.
Number 4.
But it's incredible. This fishery gets better and better every single year. It keeps breaking records.
I mean, I don't know how big it was. It wasn't that big one. That big one was big. I got a good look at that. I'll tell you here in a sec. That's what I thought.
I'll put that in perspective.
That's the kind of fish I thought it was.
In 1 second, Davey, after Greg Hackney lands this fish.
Really nice fish here, it looked like when it jumped.
But even them kind can break that light line if I don't get off that drag. Now see, that's what I wanted that big one to do when I fired that tube at him. Some of them do that, you know.
You look at Greg Hackney's reel, there's a custom light loose reel, but the drag they use, we talk about these fish getting bigger, but the equipment has gotten bigger. To be able to land these fish, I'm sure you can remember, Tommy, when you had the back reel, reels just,
that was so common.
The drag systems were not as good as they are now, and it special art to back reel. Now they just hold on and let those reels do the work. It's incredible. That's the size you want right there. Yeah, Jerry McInnes was good at the back reeling, but 6-pound test and back reeling, that could be disastrous, no doubt.
That fish should give Greg Hackney our lead.
Wow.
Yeah, a couple accolades, Davey, as Hackney takes care of some fish care, making sure that his now unofficial leading weight is doing all right in the live well, making sure they're all taken care of. We've been here a lot of times for the Elite Series since 2013. We've been here 2013, 15, and then basically 2017 to 2022 straight. So I think that's 8 visits.
17, 18 pounds.
We had 61 bags over 20 pounds on day one of this event. That eclipses every single St. Lawrence event total for the week.
Wow.
Except for 2018, where that was by far the best catching event. They had 116 20-pound bags for the week. We have had 115 after just 2 days.
It's fun to be there fishing. It's also really fun to watch. Go from Greg Hackney catching a big one to Patrick Walters hooked up with a big one.
It is nonstop.
And Davey, in 1990, it took about 15 a day to win here, and that was the year they discovered the goby, the invasive species that the smallmouth have been eating on. There's been studies, there's even year-class studies going on right now to determine how much growth smallmouth are because of those invasive fish here.
And the invasive goby that everyone thought was going to be the detriment of smallmouth in the Great Lakes. It's been anything but that, it seems.
I wonder if the gobies are getting a commission check from how much revenue they brought to the towns for the fishing being so good.
But you break it down per goby and it's not that much.
Yeah. Sculpins want a little bit of money too.
Yeah, until your number suits, you're saying 14 or 15 pounds a day would win in the 90s here on St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Last place.
Yeah, 14 a day.
The last place angler in this tournament caught basically that, 14 a day, which would have won tournaments 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago. The other cool thing about seeing these fish, half the time you say, oh, he might have a drum or he might have a carp. You see exactly what he's got, a beautiful smallmouth.
Yeah. Good at time, gentlemen. Big as I thought. So.
Patrick Walters, he knows how to win. He knows how to get to 100 pounds, too. Let's see if he or anyone can do it with smallmouth here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot of ways to go before we get that final reckoning, knowing it's so fun to watch, really catching them out there. Greg Hackney now moving into the top spot ahead of Corey Johnston. Downey and Kimura, Stetson Blaylock, all holding steady in here. We have so much more fishing on the way here. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
What's up, guys? You know who it is again, and had a good day today, 23-3, and a little tougher, but man, we got it done with the new Berkley Max Scent 2.5 tube. Throwing the ugly sticks like usual, and had to go to the flat worm, the 3.6, and do a little work. Throwing them all on the ugly sticks, buddy, and yeah, we're gonna go up there and crack them again tomorrow.
Matt Robertson and how he's getting it done during this special week here on the St. Lawrence River. What a tournament, perfect conditions for fishing, for catching, and for watching. That's the good news for all of us. And the man on top, Greg Hackney, who is the 2014 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and he wrapped up that campaign in a Great Lakes environment on Lake Michigan. Up in Escanaba.
Yeah, way north, well north of most of Canada, it seemed, even in the U.S.
Yeah. Why don't we just make him our marathon peak performance guy, David?
Absolutely. Greg Hackney is no stranger to peak performance. The marathon peak performance definitely needs to go to him. Start out the day, and you just see with a 4-pounder, another 4-pounder, 3.5, 3-4. Didn't have the numbers early on as like some of the other anglers we saw got their limits a lot quicker than Greg Hackney, but the big key is the bigger fish matter. You can only have 5. You can only bring 5 to the scale. Great start for Greg Hackney. 18 pounds, 12 ounces, very early in day 3.
And I would have won, I'm not gonna say 1,000,000%, maybe 500%. I'm sure he's gonna call every single one of those fish out. 18 pounds and change is nothing to bring to the weigh, and you might as well just come in 15 minutes late if you're gonna do that.
Pretty good bet right there. Let's get back out to Jay Shakura, our leader to start the day, the rookie, in the thick of it and in a tight Rookie of the Year race, too.
Jay's another angler like Hackney, but a little slower numbers-wise, doesn't quite have the limit as early as a lot of these other anglers, but the quality has certainly been there for him. I know a lot of the viewers are probably saying, why doesn't he put this fish in the boat? Well, he's probably using like 6-pound test line, just small hooks. Too. Yeah, and these smallmouth are so strong, you just have to take your time with them. There you can see the size, why you have to take it easy with them.
Those are the ones we're after. We got 2 down, 3 to go.
Jay Shakura showing why he started the day with this lead. He's really onto him, got him dialed in here. Glad you dialed into us here on FS1 this morning. We got another 4 hours of coverage to bring you from semifinal Saturday here on the Bassmaster Elite Series on this incredible place. Tommy Sanders, Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sukon too, bringing the analysis for you this day from our Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, and also doing some great stuff and essential stuff for us because we are in Mr. Mercer's neighborhood. Absolutely here. Dave Mercer and Dave, just, I mean, it's been eye-popping what we have seen so far, and Do you see it even getting slow, even starting to slow down at this point?
I don't know that it will. I mean, honestly, you talk to anybody around here, the smallmouth generally eat. The only thing that stops them is the weather, and the weather has been spectacular. I mean, that was the chatter on the dock this morning. People are just like, I cannot believe that this is the third day in a row where it's been flat, calm, and beautiful like it is. But the most amazing thing that's happening right now, if you ask me, is our leader going into today. Jay Shakuric, obviously an Elite Series rookie. And you talk about everybody coming to this event. They talk about the Johnsons. Literally every single angler talks about the Johnsons. And I will throw it out there, and I've done it many times. I mean, I don't know two anglers that have worked together and been as dominant on one body of water in the history of the sport on any body of water. I mean, they've literally dominated this body of water for a decade at this point, not just on the Elite Series, but everything before that. So you would think, like, every time they come here, they get less of an advantage. Well, the guy who is leading right now is fishing his 6th day on this particular body of water. Jay Shakuric had never fished here before. He fished 3 days of pre-fish, which we've already heard from a lot of our anglers were less than ideal, a lot of limited pre-fish. But today, going out, he said, this will be my 6th day fishing on this body of water. So what he is doing is unbelievable, but it's not unlike things we've seen in the past in the north, where you get big groups of fish in areas, and I don't know that he's fishing a bunch of different areas, but sometimes limited knowledge on these bodies of water can help you because it strands you in that one area. You put your head down, and I don't know that there is an area on this body of water that if you spend the entire day there picking it apart, you're not going to run across some giant fish, and Jay Shakuric has done that. He's very comfortable with smallmouth fishing, but has never fished here before. This is his 6th day competing, which absolutely blows me away.
So, Dave, I got to ask you, you've got a lot of experience there, and you know the Johnson brothers and how well they know Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River. Jay's really only got about 2 areas where he's caught most of his fish, and he probably doesn't have much more. The Johnson brothers probably have 100 areas where they've caught 20-pound limits. Do you think his 2 areas can hold up against all the areas that they have, and that a lot of them they haven't even used yet, they said?
I think they can hold up. It's going to be a sprint to the finish line. Really, I think both those anglers are going to catch him today. All those anglers are going to catch him today. I don't see a world where Jay falls off or the Johnsons fall off. It's just going to be a sprint to the finish line. Do the Johnsons have something sneaky hidden and waiting for tomorrow? I guarantee you they do. The funny thing is, we're halfway through this tournament, and you see Chris back there in 7th place and Corey in 2nd place this morning, and they were talking about it on the dock. We were kind of joking, like, what? How are you guys, normally one of you kind of fades off a little bit and gives the other angler, the other brother, all the opportunities, and Chris Johnson missed no words. He said, Corey is my enemy today, and I'm going to try to catch as much as possible, and then we'll make a decision tonight. But he said, I'm trying to win this tournament. So to answer your question, I think that Shakuric's fish will hold up. It's just going to go down to who has that bigger than average bite. I mean, 5 pounds, 5-pound average doesn't get you in the mix here, but man, you got to get more. And that's the other thing that I found. The bottom half of our field this morning, pretty dialed in, but with good reason. If you look at things like Stetson Blaylock's comeback yesterday, both Drews, Benton and Cook with their giant comebacks, this is a fishery that you can get right back into that top 10. So I imagine they're going to catch them right to the very end. I mean, basically the only thing that stops these smallmouth bass from biting is weather and the inability to get to them. So as long as we have the weather to get out there again tomorrow and have the freedom to fish those spots, it's going to be that bigger than average bite. The one angler that can set themselves apart. And as good as things have gone for Corey so far, and he's sitting in 2nd place, I don't think he's had one of those Johnson crazy days yet where everything's gone right. But I think it's coming.
Great stuff. Dave Mercer, thank you so much, sizing up why it's happening out there and who's going to be happening at the end of it. We don't really know, but there's some good ideas for you right there. Thank you, Dave Mercer. We will continue here and get back out on the water very, very soon here. And Dave, thank you again. Dave will be taking over our coverage here on site a little bit later on today. Also be the master of ceremonies at this event, the weigh-in. Very crucial weigh-in coming up today, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, to decide who the top 10 will be on the final day on Championship Sunday. We'll have that covered for you here, starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. On FS1, weigh-in starts at 3 on Bassmaster.com, so write that down as well. Boy, it's great competition, great fish catching. All day long, we expect it to happen. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, a lot to take in on this special semi-final Saturday on the Bassmaster Elite Series, our 7th event of 9 for the season. Only 9 championships available. This will be a valuable one, as they all are. But man, this is valuable to us, the viewers, because we are seeing smallmouth bass being caught at such an incredible rate. So much weight coming in, record-setting stuff, eye-popping stuff all week long, and it just continues. Take a look at our unofficial leaderboard with Greg Hackney on top. Man from Louisiana, former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Corey Johnston. Really one of the big figures in this part of the country in fishing, especially on the St. Lawrence River. Some great matchups out there among our 47 gunning for 10 spots in the final. Let's get out to our leader right now. Pick up Greg Hackney with almost 19 pounds unofficially in the boat today.
And I was like, when I first shook it, I was like, oh, here he comes. Golly. I couldn't see him then. Oh, man. Get it, Dan. He's one of those fish that didn't look that big at first, and then after he swam around a little bit, I'm like, looks pretty nice. You know, I mean, he looks like he... Trying to get out of his line of sight. I can't see him. He's still just circling around in that same.
Real important to stay as far away from these fish as you can.
It wasn't a super clean place,
so they don't see you. And
fishes.
So it's a cat and mouse game, basically. You want to barely be able to see them, but them not see you.
It's like the water's even slicked off a little bit more than his earlier catches.
So 3rd day in a row, I've not seen those windmills move at all.
Yeah, it's not a good...
I switched to that Bitsy tube. I've been throwing a 3.5. This is that 2-inch. Okay. Just, I don't know, it just, I thought, well, maybe. And I'm kind of thinking about that. Yeah, there he is right there. There's my worm, man.
Slower than expected. I got 2 of the fish I need today in the box, so that's good. My primary area, my fish are still here. They got a little lockjaw on me. They're really hard to catch. But other than that, I mean, I got 3 or 4 more areas that I want to hit today, so I'm not too worried about what I have right now. I mean, it's only 9:20 in the morning and we got till 3, so I'm gonna try and hopefully maybe catch 1 or 2 more here, and then I'm gonna head out of here a little bit earlier than I have been. I think I've picked through this area pretty good, and I had some fish going late in the day yesterday in a different area, so I'm excited to get on those fish and see what those fish bring me this afternoon.
Jay seems a little disappointed that it's slower this morning than usual, but day one, he had 27 pounds, right at it. He didn't have but 2 small fish at this time, about between 9 and 9:30. So.
Yeah, and I'll also say Jay Shakir said yesterday he had a slow afternoon. We got an afternoon update from him, but in those 2 catches for the afternoon was a 5 and a 6 pounder.
I mean,
so
we
half of his weight came from his slow portion. So it doesn't take a lot of catches; it takes big ones.
Yes.
Got a Skeeter Boats big fish. Matt Robertson at 4.5. He's climbing up the charts. Had 2 23-pound bags, days 1 and 2. He's got 4 fish today. Up to 14th place.
The good thing, Jay mentioned, that the fish are still there. You can see them on his forward-facing sonar and his side imaging, down imaging, all that stuff. Time of day can be a big deal. He hasn't really pressured this place, from lunchtime on, so it'd be interesting. I expect to see him still fishing tomorrow if he fishes this place in the afternoon.
We got 5 about 17 pounds. Didn't go all the way to the spot I wanted to go to. I just figured with the changing conditions, you got to back up and punt today. You got to be able to fish deep in, shallow, so we didn't go as far as I was going to, but we're still a good little ways in Canada right now. There we go. Still a good little ways in Canada right now. And we're just fishing. We're taking our time. We got about 5 for 17 pounds. Just going fishing. Fishing some new spots, new water right now. Seeing where the size is at. How many good fish are in here. Got a limit, got that off our back, but that ain't gonna do us no good right now. We got 1 fish we can weigh in, and the rest got to go. So we're just gonna run and gun, fish shallow, mix in a little bit of deep this afternoon once the sun gets higher. Mainly just for them fish to set up. I want them to get high in the column. I don't want them glued to the bottom. Sun's gonna peek out really good. Well, it's pretty good right now. That's why we're running right now, and we're gonna see if we can go keep catching us some 4-pounders.
Heard Patrick say he wants those fish up off the bottom because he uses his forward-facing sonar so much, and it's a lot easier to see those fish and to get those fish to bite a jerk bait or a soft plastic, or whatever he chooses to use there. But a lot of the anglers that are just fishing the drop shots want those fish closer to the bottom than they think their percentage to get them to bite is a whole lot better. But Patrick's just got a different approach. He wants those fish suspended where he can see them and target the bigger fish looking at them with his forward-facing sonar.
Because I can see now right there where he was.
Patrick with just under 17 pounds at this point right now, having a good day 3. All about solidifying your place in the top 10 so you can go for the championship tomorrow. Boy, we've seen the numbers, and you know how volatile it's going to be during the course of this day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like Ronnie mentioned, Jay was, had fallen back to about 12th place yesterday, and he made 1 move and caught a 5 and a 6-pounder in about 5 minutes, and there he was in 2nd place.
Corey Johnston update, since we're looking at his brother Chris. Corey did go to get his mechanical issue taken care of. I guess he had enough fish, enough weight. He decided to go take care of that. About 30 to 40 minutes lost of fishing time, but he might have lost more by being inefficient throughout the day if he hadn't gotten that taken care of.
Sure.
I think they did like the Nintendo deal. You take the disc out, give it a quick blow and a wipe down, and you put it back in the game, and you're good to go. I think he's good to go. They just had to get some cobwebs.
But how much is that going to weigh on his head? In 2019, he had the issues. He had to borrow a boat. The electronics weren't set up for the right daylight savings time, and he was late and lost 7 pounds.
I think it's
started 60th place, missed the cut.
You might differ, Davey, but I think it's out of his mind now. He's done. Like
Now, it was messing with him earlier, but he's probably
out
of his mind now.
Well, talking about Corey Johnston and the time out, the sit down he had there, opened the door for, again, one of his arch rivals. His brother, Chris Johnston, has now taken over the lead, so he is the subject of our BMC On Point.
Number 1.
think in all the days that Chris Johnston has been on the Elite Series at the St. Lawrence River, that would be 2019, 20, 2021, and 2022, he has never, or he's only weighed in less than 20 pounds one time. Yeah. That's how excellent he's been here, and he's also got a victory. I think he led every day except for one early in his career here. It's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you had a picture beside the VMC on point, like you look it up in the dictionary, you'd see Chris Johnston's picture here at the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario. Absolutely amazing. And if you've ever tournament fished, you realize year after year to do that for Chris Johnston, absolutely on point 100%.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, the Bassmaster Elite Series continues tomorrow from here on the St. Lawrence River at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, only on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Definitely want to check out this tournament. If you're new to bass fishing, or maybe you're just now checking out the Elite Series, the allure of smallmouth bass is a powerful thing. A lot of bass aficionados live in parts of the country where you can search high and low and not find a smallmouth, but smallmouth is something that you look at that's really just sort of worshipped in a way by anglers.
Absolutely, Tom Sanders. I can remember the first smallmouth bass that I caught, and it actually was right there on the St. Lawrence River, and it's been about 30 years ago, but you'll never forget the first smallmouth bass you ever catch.
One thing that's also the allure here is that 6 months out of the year, this Humminbird bird's eye view would be iced over and unfishable for a lot of these places. So when you can come up north and get perfect conditions like this and fish for these smallmouth, it is honestly better than a 5-star resort on some Caribbean island. It is definitely a paradise.
It's the best bet in fishing, for sure, what you just described, Ronnie. Terrific stuff from our Humminbird bird's eye view. The weather making a lot of that possible. Yeah. We are seeing so much this week.
I'm just trying to convince my wife, Tommy, that up there is like a 5-star resort on a Caribbean island. You know, we can find an island out in the middle of Lake Ontario that's beautiful. There's probably one little house on it too.
Or beat that. Here is a young man who had very little smallmouth bass fishing experience till he came 2020 to be part of the tour here and notched his first win in the Elite Series last year right here on the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario. Taku Ito.
No, but maybe a little bit cold. Small, pretty one.
Mini mouth?
Oh yeah.
Taku known for using even lighter line than most of the other anglers, sometimes 4-pound test.
Okay.
Certainly take his time. Wear these fish down.
Come on. Too much power. No. Okay. All right. Pretty.
Little upgrade?
Oh yeah, a little bit upgrade. Yeah. And
Slipped down to 18th place.
Yeah.
Certainly someone that we expect to be in the top 10 tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be a little disappointed after being the winner last year here on the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah, that on the strength of a tremendous final day, 26 pounds. As we look at some of the footage from earlier catches today by Taku, the size has not been what he needs, plainly.
We kind of saw that last year.
Yeah.
He got off to a slow start, 17 pounds, but then followed it up the next 3 days with 73 total pounds to win 90 pounds even.
He's one of the only anglers, maybe the only angler that we've seen fishing offshore, a little deeper, not visually fishing for any of these fish, using his electronics, fishing out a little deeper, hoping for those fish to move out where he's at. Similar to what happened with him last year. His slowest day was on day one with the 17 pounds, like you mentioned, Ronnie. But then 4 days, the fourth day, 26 pounds. So he'll need a few of those bigger ones to make it to that top 10 cut. You got to be there to have a chance to win.
Yeah, that's right. Job one is getting that top 10 today.
And he has knocked out a top 10 every year that he's been on the Elite Series at the St. Lawrence River. Obviously, one of those was a victory. But, Davey, you're a longtime seasoned pro. For viewers who may be tuning in and don't know who the guy in the middle of the desk is, you're an Angler of the Year champion, a Classic champion, Elite Series titles. What Taku has done, cutting that learning curve, never fishing for smallmouth. For guys who are longtime pros, it's a big learning curve, but he never fished for them and has had so much success.
Absolutely amazing what he's done. You can't even describe it like you mentioned, Ronnie. But here's one thing about Taku. He fishes every day that he can. I mean, literally, he'll go pre-fish for 18 or 20 days. A lot of these anglers don't pre-fish for 1 day. He is so committed to being better and learning different techniques and how to catch these fish. And certainly incredible what he's done with smallmouth.
And the sacrifice of being away from his family, who currently still live in Japan, as he pursues his dream.
Anyway. Greg Hagney now second place to Chris Johnston. 1 pound back.
Here we go again. Just back off the drag and let him go.
Might help. Can't tell till I put my hands on it. He swallowed the hook. I feel the line popping on his teeth. I just barely felt him go tee-tee, and I was like, and then I leaned on him a little bit and saw him move. You never know till you can't reach across them.
Ah, what a beautiful fish.
Smallest is a 3-4, and he's a pound out of the lead.
We're running into a problem, you know that, right? They all look just alike.
Let's start figuring out which is the right one.
So, gets rid of that one. Which is not a
reason he's moved up the leaderboard.
I mean,
running that problem, they all look the same because they're all in that 4 pound class.
I wouldn't even have a clue what that weighs, but I'd say
you got 4 of them now in his limit.
3 3/4.
And he's been one to do very well on smallmouth bodies. What he did great at Sturgeon Bay one year. He obviously finished up his Angler of the Year title at Escanaba up in Upper Michigan.
How big a fantasy play was Greg Hagney?
I'll have to, maybe after the break, I'm going to do a little fantasy at the monitor. I'm going to answer that question for you, Tommy.
Love that tease right there. Very good. Chris Johnston, though, the Canadian on top, the former champion. Right on top for the time being. Corey Johnston, his brother, in 3rd place, and Patrick Walters in 4th. We'll be right back.
At St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Which is big? This one? No!
Taku Ito, ladies and gentlemen. Got it? You got it? Taku Ito, forever, is a Bassmaster Elite Series champion. Today is Taku time.
Hello everyone, Taku Ito, Bassmaster Elite Pro. Today, day 2, I caught 26-1. Very, very good day in the St. Lawrence River. So today I want to show you that super smallmouth secret. So this is a brand new powder, that the secret powder. So all bait inside the powder, and so bait on the bell and the powder, and the catch the fish. So powder is a very, very good scent. So I use this secret powder and this one, B.A.S.S liquid. So normal bait, B.A.S.S liquid is my favorite. It's a secret.
There's Bass Pro Shops Tops Lures, and the juice that makes, or the powder that makes the top lures work for Taku Ito. Secret. Top secret, although featured there.
Yes, exactly. He gave us a little bit. Well, one good thing for him is that big bass liquid that he has in Japan that he brings to the United States. Very hard for you to get online here. And if you do buy it, if you don't know Japanese and you can't read it well, you may buy 500 gallons of it. You're not sure how much you're buying of it. So he's got that on lockdown for sure. But the powder, that is new for 2022.
Yeah, that's very intriguing.
A new secret just became an old secret.
Yeah.
When you feature it.
Mentioned Matt Robertson earlier. He just got a 4.5 pounder. He's up to 1910, and Drew Benton with the 5 pounder. He's up to 18 pounds, climbing in our top 10 from 16th place.
Drew Benton made a big, big jump up the leaderboard yesterday. Keep that momentum going.
26 pound, him and Drew Cook with 27.6. Drew Cook came from 66th, climbed 50 spots yesterday with a 27 pound bass.
Not big, but it helps.
Taku's got 4 2-pounders in his 5-fish limit.
Yeah, you mentioned that's not one that he hopes to weigh, but definitely better than a couple of those 2-pounders he had from there.
While Taku Ito takes time to cull and figure out which is his smallest fish to give back to Lake Ontario, I wanted to bring into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, to get to Tommy Sanders' question from earlier. How big of a factor in fantasy fishing was Greg Hackney? Because we know his skill down south. We know that he's a great angler all around. But Tommy, for bucket A, he's in the top echelon. If you don't know fantasy fishing, we have our 90 angler field divided into 5 different buckets based on how they are in the points race for the season. Greg Hackney doing very well. He's in bucket A A with a lot of our heavy contenders this week. Only 1% chosen for Greg Hackney, but if all the fans of fantasy fishing knew it was going to be a shallow water beatdown for some of these guys sight fishing wise as well, maybe Greg Hackney would have been a higher percentage. But looking at the day 2 perfect team, if you had to set your team and halfway through this event, you want to know how the best team is doing. Well, this is your best team. Corey Johnston, second place in bucket, and he's in bucket A. He's the best participant there. Jay Shakir at bucket B. He's our day 2 leader. First place there. Then we have Bob Downey, I think around 6th or 7th place coming into day 3 action. So he's in bucket C. Then we go to bucket D, Austin Felix, a place that Austin Felix is never. He's never that low in the Angler of the Year standings. Bucket D, he's doing great though in this tournament. 3rd place, that'll help him a whole lot. He might not be in bucket D next event. He's obviously going to elevate his Angler of the Year rank. And then Kobe Krieger sitting in 12th place. So if you had the perfect team after day 2, Tommy and Davey, that means all 5 of your picks are in the top 12 of this event going into day 3. And I was thinking about it, the one way you can separate yourself and your team from others is having the biggest bag of the event or having the biggest bass. If you select an angler that does one of those 2 feats, they get 40 bonus points to their total point total. And Jacob Fouts, our day 1 leader, he had 27 pounds, 15 ounces. That gives him the biggest bag of the event so far. And one thing that's very interesting, I have 5 guys listed here. I've looked through all the stats, and I think over the 8 times that we've been here, we haven't had 5 bags over 26 pounds, guys. And we've had 7 over 26 this week so far. I couldn't even include 2 others, but these are the top 5 bags. So we have seen a huge output of big fish and big bags overall. So we'll see if someone can dethrone his 27-15. 612 is the big bass of the event so far, but we have seen a 713 here in years past. We'll see if we can maybe see a 7-pounder day 3 or day 4. We'd love to see that. That would be kind of the icing on the cake for what a great week it's been.
Absolutely.
But that stat, 7 bags so far this week over 26 pounds, and we haven't had 5, in all the other events combined.
Most surprised to me is we haven't seen a 7-pounder yet.
Yeah.
I mean, just the way things have been elevated on this really magical week here in the state of New York. Back out to Patrick Walters. He really turned on jets yesterday.
Big they are.
Worked his way all the way up to 4th place.
He looks like he's square. He looks squarey. He looks fat. We'll try him. Oh God, yeah. He didn't like that, did he? Pulled it out his mouth. God, and then a wave hits him and he looks small. Man, he looks so small down there. Oh, there's another one.
Close, you can see the fish swimming around the boat right there.
Oh God, here comes another one. I bet your bait's down there long enough. Something's gonna eat it. Golly, might be better than we think. Goodness, that fish just come from left field. Fishing for this one, and one's like, oh my God, there's a bait on the bottom. Where you going, Tiger? You cannot tell how big they are when they're 10, 12 feet. Also with waves, it's been calm. You've been able to kind of see.
See the wind's picking up where Patrick Walters is, but as you mentioned earlier, Ronnie, he's 30 to about 45 miles from a lot of the other anglers, so certainly can be a little different weather going on where he's at.
And a lot of the anglers that are out where he is, maybe mileage-wise, are either tucked behind an island or in a bay, and he is still on that main drag of Lake Ontario.
He's a killer. One more pass. You don't like going that way, do you? They're not that big.
he looked way bigger than that.
I've got a 212 he's trying to get rid of. I don't know if that's going to do it or not.
It's close, isn't it?
Number 2.
Might help him a few ounces.
Patrick Walters, get that one squared away, straightened out. Establish his limit for now. How about some Striker Daily trivia? In what year did Bill Murray say, "I know Bassmaster" in Ghostbusters 2? Wow, famous movie line, maybe famous little-known movie line right there. Would that have been in 87, 89, 1990, or 1992? In what year did Bill Murray say, "I know Bassmaster" in Ghostbusters 2? We'll be back with the answer.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
What a day to be with the Bassmasters, the Bassmaster Elite Series. 7th stop of the year, 9 events in the full year, and this is a big one. And man, it has been a barn burner. Smallmouth catching like you cannot imagine over the course of 2 and getting close to 2.5 days. We've got a little ways to go before we get halfway through this semifinal Saturday. Here's your Striker Daily trivia question. In what year did Bill Murray say, "I know Bassmaster" in Ghostbusters 2? What year was that? 1987, 1989, 1990, or 1992? We'll start with Ronnie here, since he doesn't acknowledge any popular culture before
I get a built-in
about
excuse.
2008.
I was not born in any of these years. I was born after that. So I will, I'm just going to go 1990, just because that's a nice round number. That's the only reason why I'm choosing it.
I think it's either 90 or 92, although I'm not sure, I must admit, but I'll just go 92. D.
Oh, 89. You both missed it. Not much of a sequel, guys, so I didn't see it either. That's interesting.
You're an original guy. I got you.
Yeah, that's right. All about the original.
Don't remember a lot about Ghostbusters 2.
Take you back out onto Lake Ontario and making a pretty good, sizable run, as we have learned. Patrick Walters himself in 4th place during the course of the day. That last fish didn't help him. Still got a 2-pound, 12-ouncer in his live well, but 17.8 overall.
Beautiful look there of Lake Ontario. Wind starting to pick up a little bit where Patrick's at. Very little bit. Taking his time with this fish, a little more so than that last one we saw him catching. Oh yeah, definitely a better fish here for Patrick.
Golly, gotta hook good. I was just thinking about changing it. Because I lost that one, I was like, well, I need to change it. This one just got roofed. It's a little better one. Or the right gun. Thanks, big girl.
Slowly but surely, Patrick Walters up there at about 19 pounds now, weighing 24 pounds, day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, we'll see guys do it different ways. We'll see guys catch 30 to 40 fish and cull out the little ones. We'll see guys catch 7 fish all day long, and they don't have to cull because they catch just the 5-pounders. But if you could be around fish at the St. Lawrence, it's never a bad thing, Davey, because you know that there's still life there. You haven't fished your spot out, and you have confidence of just you're going to get another bite at some point.
That one there turns out to be Patrick's biggest one of the day so far. Taku Ito here looking for a couple in that size range or bigger. Still waiting for the big ones to show up.
Yeah, there's different ways to look at being around numbers of fish, like you mentioned there, Ronnie. You feel comfortable, there's lots of fish here, but if only a limited number of them or the 4 to 5 pound class, you're really just wasting time catching 3-pounders. And you hate to say that, these fish are beautiful, and so many times you would love to catch a 3-pound smallmouth, but you need to spend your time with, because even the 3-pounders take several minutes to land and unhook and weigh and release and all that. So
you hate to be disrespectful, but it's honestly a waste of
Yes,
time.
yes.
That's why when we see the Johnstons, we know exactly that it's a fish that's not worth wasting time on, because they set the hook and they will pull with their opposite hand on the rod just to get it to the boat quicker. Yep.
Small one. There's our first look at Clark Willett. Oh, moved up to 7th place unofficially.
Clark with great connection to this place. A lot of good success up here.
I started catching a lot of little ones, and I just decided that maybe they moved, and so I kind of started working out a little bit deeper, and those fish they had just moved out a little ways, and had a pretty good flurry, and I've got more than what Bass Track says. We're going to update it in a minute, but you guys called, so we thought we'd talk to y'all. It's as slick as it possibly could get out here right now. I don't know if you can tell. I'm sure you guys have been hearing about it. I know Davey's been talking about it. I mean, it doesn't happen like this. I mean, you could run all the way across the lake and all the way back, and just however many miles it is, that's how many minutes it's going to take you. It's you could run 60 miles, 65, 70 miles an hour out there right now, and so it gives you a lot of flexibility. And I thought the way this tournament was going to go, I thought wind would impact it, because it always does. I mean, every tournament I've ever fished here, there's always some wind, and in this tournament, it's really been 3 days of more or less calm.
Bonus coverage there.
That they don't bite as good when it's slick, and maybe they don't. I don't really know. It's been pretty good for me today. I've caught a lot of fish, and it's not. I'm not just catching them one over another. I'm fishing a place right now that I'm hoping that they'll move to from in shallower, and I caught one a minute ago. It was about a 4.5 pounder. So I mean, that was a good one. But you got it. 5 pounders are what you got to have here. I mean, it used to be 4 pounders. Heck, years ago when I first started fishing here, if you caught 3 pounders, you were doing good. But now, I mean, you got to have 5 pounders. That's just the way it is.
Clark Willett finding the conditions too is and so different from. I remember pictures of Clark bouncing around up there in 2020, the year Chris Johnston won out there. And man, it was wild and woolly.
Yeah, and I think part of the strategy to fish a 4-day event on Lake Ontario, like Clark mentioned, is you're going to have at least a day or two. I've fished events there where every day was such a challenge just to get to and from your fishing location. And that's part of the strategy. And if you've got experience doing that, like Clark does, the Johnson brothers, and Rick Clunn, people that have fished out there, Bernie, that gives them a little edge. So I think maybe, we all like to see these calm days, but some of those guys I'd like to see it rough, to see these guys that don't have as much experience driving in this rough water, and save some fishing time or lose some depending on where you're going. So this is a very, very different tournament than we've seen in the past here, weather-wise.
Well, the great Clark Willett, great to have him on our B&W Trailer Hitches live on the line.
You mentioned that 2020. I've got some photos that I will show some people as Jay Shakir, our day 2 leader, lands one at the side of the boat. I'll show some of those photos just to show a compare contrast in just a little bit, but it was so rough on that final day. I think only 3 or 4 of our top 10 went out into the lake when 9 or 10 were fishing out there. And those ended up being first, second, and third place finishers. And it's the only reason, though, we didn't break 100 was because it was so rough out there on Chris Johnston and Paul Mueller.
And it just narrows your fishing time down so much. You even if you make it out there and the wind's blowing, let's say 15 to 20 miles an hour, and it takes you an hour and a half, you catch a nice limit, excuse me, you catch a nice limit and you say, well, I've got to leave extra time, so you give yourself 2.5 hours to get back. So just the amount of fishing time is
this isn't going to be
so critical.
Bigger than 3.5. Thanks.
Kenta Kimura, our first angler to hit 20 pounds. He's at 20 pounds even, 7th place from 24th.
Good week for Kenta, good season for Kenta. In the top 12, Progressive Angler of the Year points. Another solid point season for this man right here, Patrick Walters. That last one did not help, was not big enough to help.
Tommy Davey, I wanted to, in the middle of the day, we always see runs up the leaderboard. We did our Mercury move of the day earlier with Kenta Kimura, but our Mercury Dare to Compare, I'm going to compare two guys that one has not a lot of experience on the body of water and one has a ton, and that is Clark Wendland on the right, has a lot of experience. We got to hear from him. He's been in the top 10 every year we've been here. Matt Robertson, on the other hand, had his worst finish of his rookie year last year and cost him Rookie of the Year, 79th place. One thing that's key for him, though, he lives and stays with the Johnston brothers on the road. They taught him a little bit about smallmouth, and his Dare to Compare is a great day 3 so far. Has him up in 5th place unofficially. You can see that just under 20 pounds for him. And Clark is working his way up to 20 pounds as well. And we'll see both these guys maybe make the top 10.
Absolutely. Look forward to something like that, a scenario like that. We'll be back with more fishing momentarily.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, the catching continues. I mean, almost like never before here on the St. Lawrence River. Just a magical week, perfect conditions. And 47 anglers out here on semifinal Saturday, all gunning for 10 spots in the final. That takes place tomorrow. We'll have it covered for you. For that, right here on FS1. Maybe that's the man who started the day with the lead, Jay Shakuri.
Right under the trolling motor.
Wow, that's what makes it so fun. Makes your heart stop. Looks like Jay has moved to the area where he caught 2 big ones yesterday afternoon.
Oh, come here. Not a big one, but it's number 5. It's a small guy.
It's over 1.5 pounds. He's back in the lead.
Has lost it and has climbed back to the top of the ladder, Jay Shakuri. The rookie from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, had a blazing start to his debut with the Bassmaster Elite Series. First 3 tournaments really good for him. Took the lead there, and subsequently yielded it as the race has been so tight all year long. And Jacob Fouts for the last 2 events has been the man on top for sure. Very good tight competition there among those two at the very top. And of course, every year it's just a great, great race to watch.
Hey, Jacob Fouts and Jay Shakirat. Jay Shakirat only surrendering the Rookie of the Year lead the last event. He's held it all season. What a fantastic start for him. Jacob Fouts really coming on strong with a couple top 10s in a row. But I'm keeping it in perspective that third place Cody Huff has been charging every event since maybe 3 or 4 events ago. He's only going to be about 70 points behind these guys with 2 events left. Still very doable. Our Rookie of the Year was 55 points behind coming into the last event last year. So, especially with where we're going.
Not as big as I thought.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. With
Where we're going
smallmouth in the next stop
kind
as
of opens
well.
things up a little bit, yeah. Uh-oh.
Got a Skeeter Boats big fish. Chris Zaldane, 5-pounder. He's up into 13th place with that fish, almost to 20 pounds on the day.
Where do you want to go?
Back to the rookie watch, just for a second. I mean, you think about what a race, and we talk about every year how the rookie class is just so good.
Definitely.
But Jay Shakirat has outfished Chris and Corey Johnston.
Yeah,
each of the last, not just like the total weight after 2, but each day.
Yeah.
Had them, more weight each day than them. I mean, that's
those
pretty
guys
good
have
rookie
been dominant
weights.
here way before they even came out on the
and
Elite
it's far
Series
from
for a
over. I
decade.
mean,
Yeah.
it's far from over. But to think a rookie like him can come here and the 2 days that he's had, that's impressive now.
No kidding.
He is spitting up so many gobies. They gotta get a little bigger though. Oh. I think so, but in the grand scheme of things, no. Yeah.
Shows you why those smallmouth are so big. You could see there, and Chris was referring to that fish spit up 3 or 4, like 4-inch gobies just right while he was beside the boat. Probably 8 within the last hour or 2. They feed. Taku's hooked up. Ronnie, you mentioned some footage from years past. Taku is very close to where he spent a lot of his time last year, and it would be great to see some of those pictures from him fishing in this area last year compared to now for people that are not familiar with Lake Ontario. Like a whole different world.
Right? Pretty good.
Last fish got Chris Johnston over the 20-pound mark. Second place, 13 ounces back of Shakirat.
Shy fish.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't want to come up.
Come on.
Viewers, I'm sure, are asking themselves, why doesn't he hurry up? Because he doesn't know. Now you can see the fish. But you, just as sure as you try to rush a fish and put a little too much pressure on him, it'll be that 5 or 6 pounder.
Oh, okay, pretty good.
That fish there will definitely help him also.
Got 2 fish going 2 pounds, 6 ounces.
You have to treat every fish until you see it like it is that 6-pounder that would mean so much to you trying to get to that 25 to 27 pound mark.
Didn't get him hooked good either. But it ain't near as big.
Haven't checked in with Stetson Blaylock for a while.
Pretty good one though.
He's one of the anglers that hasn't been catching the numbers, but has really, really been around the right size
Good
big.
either though. I'm telling you, man, this makes me so nervous. I'm gonna get one chance at you. Come here, dadgummit. I got you. I got you, big dog. It's about the size of the one I lost right there. But I did not lose that one. Thank the Lord. See, it's just a grind out here, just grinding away on them. That's a fat one too.
Stetson Blaylock having a great day. He had to have a decent tournament last year in this event. This event last season was the last event of the year. We still have 2 more events for this season. So, but last year it ended it all off, and Blaylock needed a decent finish. He was the last man at that point in the Classic. He needed to beat out by 1 point, and he did. Ends up finishing 3rd in the Bassmaster Classic that he qualified for. So you never know if you're the last man in or the first man in, you could still win the World Championship.
Well, plenty more to come, and we have got a lot of issues to settle on this very important day. There's your unofficial leaderboard right now. Right where he started the day is the rookie Jay Shakurit. Chris Johnston, as expected, hanging in there near the top. Stetson Blaylock with that good one right there moves up into 3rd place, so he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Greg Hackney having a great day as well, and Patrick Walters too. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Giant one. It is a giant. Come here. Come here. Come here. Look at that beast. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my gosh, look at that one. Look at that star. That's bigger than anything we had yesterday.
That's a 6er. That's a 6-pounder.
Brandon Palnick hooking the beast to start his day yesterday. He kind of bookended, had a big one at the front and a big one in the back, but didn't quite get the ones he wanted in the middle there.
Yeah, really surprising that he finished a little further back than we expected. When you start your day off with a 6-pounder here, you expect to have 25, 30 pounds, but he got a lot of little fish in between.
Well, flying across the water there, that unnaturally serene water there in the lake, and now we go back up toward the transition area between Ontario and the St. Lawrence River and find Jacob Founts. Day 1 leader.
Yep, Jacob was our day 1 leader, fishing a very different area than he's in right now. We heard him say this morning that he was going to mix it up a little bit this afternoon. Looks like it's made a good move here. He's hooked up.
Little flurry going on. Brandon Carver, the 5-pounder. Shane LaHue, a 5-pounder. Fill his limit out. Alex Redwine, a couple of 4-pluses. Right after Blaylock's 4-6 got him in 3rd place.
Can't help but keep saying what a great fishery this is. Such saying a 5-pounder, another 5-pounder, a 4.5-pounder. People live their whole life and never catch a 5-pound smallmouth. The people that fish quite a bit.
I fell asleep.
Oh, sure.
I mean, when Such was giving big fish update, I'm asleep, like, because they're not big enough yet. You know, we've set the bar too high.
They're incredible.
You're just not going to come to attention until we have a 7-pounder on
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good fish there for Jacob. I'll help him.
That's a nice one.
Matt Robertson, our third angler over 20 pounds. Start to rack up 20-pound bags.
Not the right size. Fun to catch when you're fun fishing. Come on, buddy, quit fighting.
So amazing watching Chris and Corey Johnston do well in these tournaments each and every year in the elites since they've been on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And they always seem to do it in different sections of the river, the lake, different depths, whether it's 30 feet or 3 feet. And you know certain anglers going to do well if the smallmouth happen to be shallow, or if they happen to be deep, or if they happen to be better on the lake. But it's really incredible. Big a fishery as this is, 100 miles of river and then Lake Ontario, that they always get dialed in on the depth and the area.
Classic champ Jason Christie with a 5-pounder out in the lake. He's up to 17.5. Chris Alden had a 5-pounder a little while ago. He's almost to 20 pounds. They're 13th and 14th.
Yeah, Dave, talking about the Johnstons, finding the difference in a 4.5 pound, finding multiple 4.5 pounders versus 4 1/4s, like you could hold that fish up, both of them, and not be able to tell maybe which one's 4.5, which one's 4 1/4, because it's so incremental, yet they always tend to find that slightly heavier fish and separate themselves. But this week, hard to separate when everyone's catching 25 pounds, but they may as this tournament goes on.
And you know, the Johnson brothers talk to one another. You have little small groups of anglers that share information, sometimes 2 or 3 or 4, sometimes one angler just does not talk to anyone. You have that, but it's not like you talk to the entire field to know that. And for them to dial that in, I mean, I talked to Mike Huff the night before day 1 of this event. We had a camera on him, and he said, I'm gonna stay in the river because I think I can catch 20 a day there. Great plan. On every other event that we've ever been here, 20 a day, you drive home. And that's unheard of.
Well, Corey Johnston, we mentioned he got back to fishing after his slight delay.
Was he about 30 minutes?
30 to 40 minutes, yeah, and that's probably counting run time as well, you know, just not fishing time. But you mentioned it, Davey. We've been here 8 years. Let's remove the year that we compare to, 2018, a huge year for 20-pound bags and big weights, and we remove this year. Remove 2018 and remove 2022. The other 6 years had 246 20-pound bags. Combined with those, a tournament and a half, we almost are at 246 with just a tournament and a half.
You're talking about 18 and now.
And this one, yes.
Yeah.
If only we had more than 47 and more than 10 for these next 2 days of fishing, we may break that in a single tournament.
I don't think there are any supply chain issues on gobies.
No.
They seem to be readily available to increase the size of the general population here.
The only thing that may need to change is the size of the boat ramps.
Yeah.
In years to come now.
All of it. It's literally inch crushers.
But you mentioned that, Ronnie. It's
crazy.
Dave Mercer talks, you know, the thing that keeps this fishery so great is the majority of the year it's covered with ice, or a big part of the year, and you can't target these smallmouth bass.
And then they also have seasons where tournaments can't put them in the live well at different times.
15.
It is crazy, and we'll reiterate it a bunch, but to pass the 2018 event with the 4 20-pound bags we have right now, we have passed it a full tournament's worth in 2 days, and a couple 20-pound bags have done it.
Well, this is way more fun than having to work hard for them. So just start getting bigger. Turn into 4s and 5s. This will get really fun.
Jacob mentioned this is way more fun than having to work hard for him. He was on his trolling motor covering a lot of water on those shallow water flats, and here he's just offshore using his electronics, probably throwing to some bigger, grass clumps or boulders or a combination of the two.
Jason Christie just moved into the top 10. Another 4-pound plus fish.
Current world champion.
I know you'll keep your eye on that on the Bass Track
Why do you
leaderboard.
say that?
Tom.
Why would you say that? Coming up next, a man with the encyclopedic knowledge of this area, our own Dave Mercer. We are in Mr. Mercer's neighborhood, that is for sure, and he will take over our coverage coming up next. Coverage today going all the way up to 1 p.m. Eastern time today, so we still got plenty more fishing from this incredible week at St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. A great, great day for the Bassmaster Elite Series, so stick around.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Right in the thick of it, the third blowout day in a row. Just incredible fish catching at this place that is unlike any other. The mighty St. Lawrence River and adjacent to the vast Lake Ontario for the guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite. We'll pick up our coverage right now from our host city of Clayton, New York. On site, we welcome a man whose study on this place, whose homework has been going on for decades now, the great Dave Mercer. And I see, Dave, that you also have Carl Jacobson. You guys are ready to take over.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome to our on-location coverage, joined by Carl Jacobson. We just witnessed an absolute blowout. Tommy talked about the blowout in the water. We saw 200-mile-an-hour boats do a blast-off for their poker run, and all of a sudden it seems like the high-tech world of bass fishing is a very responsible sport. What do you think, Carl Jacobson?
Yeah, it makes me made me want to try and make my bass boat go a little bit faster. Those guys were flying. It was a shotgun start. I'm glad we don't still do that in bass fishing. That looked hectic.
I'm happy to have you here. I'm excited to do this segment with you, but I know you don't want to be here. 2 ounces from the cut. And you caught him, though. You hadn't, like any other, if you were just posting pictures on Facebook, people would be like, wow, Carl had a great week.
Yeah.
But 2 ounces short. How frustrating was this event to compete in?
Yeah, it's just one of those ones where, it's just an unbelievable fishery. And even though on day one, I had 21-12, and I knew I was getting beaten, I'm trying to continually catch bigger fish, and you're looking for those 5-6 pound class fish, but someone has always got to be that bubble boy, and someone's always got to miss out. And ounces are everything in this sport. It's just absolutely insane. And for me, I literally missed out on fishing today by 2 ounces, which is just nothing. Yesterday, I had 19-11. Phenomenal fishing, beautiful area, but had to have that over 20-pound bag to even look like you're in contention.
Tough break this time around, but Carl Jacobson having a great season. Let's head out in the water right now with the Hack Attack, Greg Hackney. And he explained day number one's weight as I had an average day. He's had over 24 pounds every single day of this tournament. And Greg Hackney, a guy who made a top 10 in the past, fishing for largemouth here, seems like he's figured out that smallmouth bite out on the big leg, Carl.
Yeah, when you get that, yeah, he's hooked up right now. I know this area well. This is one of the frustrating things about watching Bassmaster live when you don't make the cut is watching what these guys are doing.
probably be the best one I've caught off of it. And I see some with him, but they don't look, of course, he don't look, I mean, he's not bad. No, not at all. I'm like, really? I feel that line on his teeth, so I don't want to pull too. I broke a big one off the first day rushing one. I could feel it going ding, 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 ding. And I got tired of him doing that, and I reeled down and can't touch that line with him with that hook swallow. Come on, buddy. When I had you and I turned you loose. I mean, it's a slab of meat. I think he swallowed it. He swallowed the hook, but.
Greg Hackney having a great tournament, but nobody had a better tournament than Taku Ito last time we were here. Obviously up the road in Waddington, New York, same body of water, but Taku Ito realized his international dream of becoming a Bassmaster Elite Series champion by finding what he describes as smallmouth Disneyland. And the scary thing is, yesterday on stage, he said, I think I found it again. Hooked up.
Okay, pico. Okay, pico. Okay, pico. Yeah.
Seems like almost to a rule, anglers are taking longer to get the fish in this time around. Do you think anglers are fishing with lighter line this time around, Carl, just because of the conditions?
Yeah, definitely. With no wind and the water's the cleanest. It's always clear up here, but it's just exceptionally clear this time around. And you 100% notice a difference, especially in this shallow water, when you visibly see the fish either denying your bait or coming charging it. You know the difference between using 8 and 6 and even lighter. But for me, I actually noticed that they just fought so hard. The fish are feeling good, I think, at this time of year. They're feeding back up. The fish are just healthy and they're powerful. And it was just always a battle to get everyone in. They just never quit.
Taku Ito had 26 pounds yesterday. A good day one, but charged up that leaderboard in a big way yesterday with 26 pounds. And to hear him say smallmouth Disneyland, other anglers should fear that. Because for an angler that has really very little experience here, even at this point, you know, as much time as he spent here, he has already proven early on that, man, when it comes to smallmouth tournaments, yeah, he's one to play. And I think it's just that finesse deal. You know, Japanese anglers fish with a lot of finesse baits.
It's 100% like the credit he needs for being able to get these fish to bite. Like, they make it look easy, but it's not. These fish are pressured, they're wary, it's glass conditions, it's not the easiest. Like, it's actually quite easy to find fish. There's a lot of fish out there, but getting them to bite it's not that easy. You can see them on live sonar, and you can get around them, but getting these fish to bite like he is special. Especially when you get into 26 pounds. That's old, wise 5+ pound fish. They didn't get that big from being silly.
Taku Ito currently sitting in 12th place. Before that catch, let's have a look at our leaderboard and see how it's all shaking out here on semifinal Saturday. My second favorite day of the week, as a matter of fact, is semifinal Saturday. Jay Shakura is leading this tournament, fishing his 6th day of competition on this body of water. When they left the dock this morning, we had a Johnson sitting in 2nd place. Still got that, but they've changed which Johnson's up the top. The first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event, Chris Johnson, sitting in 2nd, and yesterday's biggest bag belonged to Stetson Blaylock. Got him in 3rd right now.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in beautiful Clayton, New York, celebrating their 150th birthday. And we're happy to be part of that. Day number 3, semifinal Saturday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. And man, what a tournament we have had so far. But one guy has led it, going out this morning and still catching them. He's an Elite Series rookie. This only his 6th day of fishing on this body of water, but proving it doesn't matter how much history you have here. He's fishing the moment, and it is working out for Jay Shakura, the son of a professional walleye angler, trying to win his first ever Elite Series event in his very first season. Should be smoother than that. But as you see, from Wisconsin, very comfortable smallmouth angler.
Whoa, what a jump.
Jay Shakura led the Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race for good part of the season. And these, last 2 events, he slipped a little bit. Joseph Webster came into this event with the lead. But I'm pretty sure Jay's right back in the mix after, no matter how this tournament works out. I mean, a great finish here. And I'm just excited to see how the crowd in Wisconsin reacts to his polka music that he weighs into. Jay Shakura, your tournament leader. Cullen, but trying to chase him down. We got a 2-box right now with Chris Johnston. Chris said that Corey was his enemy at takeoff this morning. He said, because sometimes they'll lay off. He said, no, Corey is my enemy. I'm trying to win this tournament. And he's living to the proof because Corey has slipped down and Chris in 2nd place currently.
Look how shallow it is. That's just what's incredible. Middle of the day, no wind, slick calm, and they're up in less than 2 feet of water sometimes. Beautiful big smalley. I saw Chris and Corey several times on the water, like sort of around each other. So, you know, I don't think they were giving each other space this time. It was like every man for himself.
They are so good. I mean, they're good at a lot of places. We've seen them in contention from here to the St. Johns River in Florida and everywhere in between. But man, watching them here, it's like watching Lee Livesey on Lake Fork. You get an angler where they are best. We just have to figure out how to get a Bassmaster Elite Series event in Australia, Carl.
I know. I'm waiting for Somerset Dam in Queensland to come up on the schedule. It really practiced, and the way the weather's turned out, it just couldn't have got any better for the boys, because it was actually really rough 3 days in a row on the lake. And then, like, how rare is it to get glassed out conditions now going on the third day on the Great Lakes? And so for them, it made it hard for us to figure anything out on the lake. You had to really grind, but they almost didn't even need to practice. And now they've got ultimate conditions to run, like, their best water. So going to be tough to beat one of these boys.
You say that, but this has also been an incredibly unpredictable tournament. Like, they didn't even predict to see all the 20-pound bags. And
it didn't seem like it seemed easy. Like, fishing was good in practice, but like you sort of thought like 20 to 21 was going to be like a solid bag, and that definitely was not the case. But when the lake comes into play, there's going to be a certain amount of anglers that run onto those giant schools, either up shallow or deep. I think what made it good was so many fish were shallow and so many deep as well. Like, it's going to be a battle out of who can, like, what's going to hold up best, those deep fish or these shallow ones. And it's a battle back and forward. Like, you're looking at it, it's like they're both competing with each other.
Oh, football. He's gotta be a 4. He's probably 4.5. It's a football. Yeah. Not long, but it is fat.
It is fatty.
May not work after that. No. Huh. Might be the end of my scale. Not a big deal. Be a mystery how big he is. He's a solid 4.5.
Figuring out a weight on that fish. We're going to head over to a 4-time Bassmaster winner that's invested a lot of time on this body of water and up north in general. Hooked up live.
Right when you touch him. I touched him for a split second. You even got a second to grab him. Come here, buddy.
Pat had a big bag yesterday.
Don't jump anymore. Stop. No. Oh, I knew that was going to happen.
Oh, no.
Oof. Painful loss for Patrick Walters, but as I was saying, he invested an incredible amount of time in the north this year, just, you know, spending hours and hours out here because, I mean, he came up here with a shot at Angler of the Year, and the north cost him that, obviously. But it's obviously this kind of fishing, this area, all of these Great Lake smallmouth fisheries, they're going to be part of the future. You got to
next cast. Oh, it's got a fish with it.
One
There's
with
two
them's
of them.
huge.
The second one looks big.
I knew he was going to jump
That's
off
when
that
you
last
know
one when
there's
he
a
did
few
those weird
around.
jumps. Come here, big girl. The suckers do not give up. I want that one down there beneath him now.
That other one's hanging around. He might be able to get that in and catch that next one.
Come here. That's quick.
Big reason that this fishery is as incredible as it is weather protects it for a good portion of the year, whether it be ice or wind. With that in mind, let's have a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. And you see it's currently 75 degrees and sunny, and I would say it's basically spectacular. And that's what it's going to be tomorrow, I believe. Obviously, see 84, a little higher tomorrow, low of 67, and mostly sunny. And the most important thing is, as long as it lays flat calm like that, we are in smallmouth Disneyland, and anything can happen.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in beautiful Clayton, New York for the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, this time on the St. Lawrence River and beautiful Lake Ontario. And man, it has been a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown here this week. But let's catch up everybody on what's been going on here on semifinal Saturday with our Toyota midday report. And we'll get out there with some of our anglers and catch you up with how it's going. Started today in 2nd place, currently in 5th. Corey Johnston, I jokingly call him the only Canadian not to win an Elite Series event. You know it's only time, Carl Jacobson.
Especially here, don't count him out. He might be 5th right now, but I guarantee he'll be back in lead contention by the end of this day for sure.
Corey Johnson took a victory here last year in the Bassmaster Opens, and man, he has been so close in the past. Obviously, his brother, Chris Johnson, the very first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event. And those guys are just so dominant when it comes to this body of water, and it almost can't be said enough.
Yeah, they're the best. It's like watching the best of the best in their hometown. This is as good as it gets for us to be able to watch them do it, and then being able to watch them doing it for the last 3 years, and then they can still dominate. Everyone knows their tricks, seeing everything, the areas, and they can still dominate like this. It's super impressive.
Very impressive. In a very big tournament Corey Johnson's had, but so far slipped a little bit here today, down to 5th place. Started today in 2nd place. Been sharing some water out there, and at takeoff this morning, Greg Hackney told me, hey, I just wish Corey Johnson would go hang out with his brother Chris, because I'm tired of looking at him. Greg Hackney and Corey Johnson obviously sharing some water.
The only thing about that, give you some confidence when you know Corey's in the area, you know you're in a good area, especially in Canadian waters.
You fished that same area. Explain why we're seeing so much weight come from that area.
So where Hackney is right now, it's a big underwater point that runs kind of way out, but it's actually a bay. And so everyone concentrates on main lake points. The sneaky thing is this is a bay with a point, underwater point in the middle of it. And it's almost like a big flat that goes up and down, and it has sand, rock, and then rock veins, and then it has big individual boulders. And what sort of blew me away is I fished in there every single day, and Corey was always just a little bit deeper to where you couldn't see the bottom, couldn't see those fish, and that's what Hackney's doing here as well. Just dialed them in just a little bit better instead of being up super shallow, just out a little bit deeper, and those fish are bigger when you get out to that 8 to 10 to 12 feet.
Greg Hackney has had an incredibly consistent tournament here, 24 pounds each day. But a big mover on day number 2 was Stetson Blaylock. A giant day yesterday, and looks like he's catching him again today, currently sitting in 3rd place, Carl.
Looks like a little paddle tail. He's obviously got when you catch 27 pounds, that's just a ridiculous bag of smallmouth. And if you get on a school, like it looks like he might be a little bit deeper, like a lot of the fish are the same size. So if the numbers are there and he can keep at it, get back on that school, he can put up another 24, 25 plus pound bag. You can see the bottom there, so he's not super deep.
Stetson Blaylock, an Elite Series champion, took that win at Winyah Bay in the past, but obviously a guy who's proved himself no matter what species of bass we're fishing, no matter what part of the country we're on, he's going to be a player. Had a big finish at the Bassmaster Classic earlier this year and looking to make another top 10 on the Bassmaster Elite Series and have a championship Sunday appearance. But the big mover, the Johnston that said, hey, my brother, he's my brother, but today he is my enemy on the water. And that is Chris Johnson having a big day and moved into 2nd place currently.
Yep, saw Chris in that same kind of area in that big bay out on the main lake there. And, you know, just being around knowing that you're in an area where these boys are, but just seeing how they would move in, catch a couple and then leave. Like they would never like just stay in an area and milk it. They were always constantly moving and just picking off those big bass. But it's so impressive to be like the difference between, they know they need to catch 25 plus, not 20 pounds. They're not happy with 20. They know where they need to be to get that 4.5 to 5.5 class fish. And how they do it, it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable anglers, but if you look at their lineage, they were bred for this. Their father, Lynn Johnson, a great tournament angler in his own right back in Canada, but his sons have taken it across the border and made a giant impact. And they made an impact early, but I don't know if it was as early as Jay Shikurik, who led Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year for most of the year. And hey, we head north where you would expect a Wisconsin guy to do better. And he is leading this tournament on his 6th day of actually fishing on this body of water.
Yeah, that's super impressive to break down something like this, and it looks like he's making one of the longer runs. Where he is it's a pretty good run. If he got any kind of weather, I'm sure he had a pretty rough run on the way back on day number 1. It got pretty gnarly out there, but he's going a long way compared to some of the other anglers. But he's obviously found a school that's worth running to.
Balancing through 2 schools, and sometimes we've seen that in the past. We saw Brock Mosley take a 2nd place finish here in the past, and a lot of big finishes. Lack of options can sometimes be the best thing. You're not running around fishing a bunch of different spots. The question is, will they continue to produce into Sunday? But they're producing here on day number 3 for Jay Shikurik from Wisconsin. His first season in the Elite Series. He self-admittedly told me when I qualified, I didn't know if I was ready. I didn't know if I got the shot too soon. But he's like, when you get your opportunities, you got to take your shot. And man, his shot has paid off for him in a big, big way this first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That catches you up with the Toyota Midday Report. Let's get out on the water live with Jay Shikurik right now. And guess what? He's hooked up.
Look at that beast. Looks like he's thinking this is a pretty good one.
That's a big one. When they turn on their side and they're thick and wide like that, like footballs, I just feel like the lake fish, they have chins. They're so big, and everything about them is just heavy. And you get them out and you're like, that's a 3.5, and it's like 4.5 or 4 3/4. They just weigh more than any other fish.
Number 3.
It's going to help.
Third good one.
Third good one, he says. Now over to a 4-time Bassmaster winner from Somerville, South Carolina, Patrick Walters. His shorts are short, but his fish are long. I'm working with something here. I don't know. It'll get somewhere, but Patrick Walters is a great angler anywhere we go, it seems. Carter, his short's getting shorter.
Yeah, the legs are getting wider, I think. A little bit shorter. And hey, when he catches them like he does, he can do whatever he wants. Patrick is one of the best all-round anglers, like for coming up from a young guy, you know, through the college ranks, and to see how he's done it on so many different levels, and the way he innovates. He catches them different ways than anyone else is doing. He's always doing something a little bit different, but there's sort of nothing that he doesn't like specialize in. That's what makes him so good all around the country.
Patrick having a great event, but here's a prime example of the Johnson's advantage. You see, locals almost get a healthy disrespect for how big these fish are. You see the Johnsons, they're like leaning off the side of the boat like they're looking for the remote in the Barca Lounger, and Patrick's diving for, you know what I mean? It's just...
Yeah, there's an art in landing them, and no doubt. There's an art in fighting them, landing them, know the attitude of the fish, when to start the process of actually trying to grab them rather than starting it too early and having them jump like that on the end of your rod tip. I talked to some anglers last night, and this is a tournament of like actually putting them in the boat. Like the difference between making the cut and not is just a handful of fish falling off at your fingertips. And these, you know, the fight of the smallmouth is what makes them so special. And it's one thing finding them, it's one thing hooking them, and then getting them in the boat. Everything's a battle.
Looks like that fish is going to call for Patrick Walters. Another great day out on that beautiful body of water, Lake Ontario, connected to the St. Lawrence River. But let's have a look at our leaderboard right now. Still the same name atop that leaderboard, but they've kind of slacked off from the pace, which we keep talking about, hitting that Century Club, 100 pounds. Obviously, they were on pace for it after. Do you think we'll see anglers going into tomorrow with a shot at the Century Belt?
I think we're going to. If we're ever going to do it, this is going to be the one. It has to be. The weather's lined up, the sun's out, the fish are biting, they're fat. I think we're going to see 100 pounds get broken for the first time.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
My second favorite day of the week. It's semifinal Sunday. The only thing better than that is semifinal Saturday. The only thing better than that is championship Sunday, which we're looking forward to tomorrow. But a long way to go. You got to stay inside the top 10 to keep your tournament alive. Only 47 anglers remain in this tournament, and unfortunately, not to rub salt in the wound, but my partner here today, Carl Jacobson, was number 48. But that'll look at our leaderboard right now. J.C. Kurik in first, Chris Johnson in second, and Stetson Blaylock in third place. And Patrick Walters, as we've seen a few times, having a great tournament. And I'm going to say, keep your eye on Taku Ito and Austin Felix, because they are running a long way, and it really looks like they are catching them and are on them here in this event. But it doesn't matter as long as our tournament leader, Elite Series rookie J.C. Kurik, keeps catching them. Nobody's going to catch him, and how rare would it be for him to pull off a win in his rookie season, Carl Jacobson?
Yeah, especially when you see the names that are underneath him, you know. That's like when you talk about smallmouth specialists, you got Austin Felix, you got the Johnson brothers, you got all of these hammers just underneath him, you know, and Taku won last year.
So
Clark has made top 10s.
I just moved from my primary area to where I caught the rest of my fish yesterday. And I didn't realize there's this many fish here, but there's a lot of fish here right now. There's a lot of 3-pounders mixed in, but there's some good ones. I lost a 5 and I caught one about 4.5. So I'm excited to see what the rest of the day is gonna bring here. I'm gonna stay here for a while and see what I can get. And then try and get up to that mark I wanna be at. But so far so good. At least these fish are biting. In my primary area, they were just, for whatever reason, not in the mood. Just had one right there.
Jay talking about seeing them and not being able to catch them, you know, that's just one thing that's on the lake. Like, it's one thing finding them. It's not that easy to get them to bite. Those big fish are smart, you know, and you can catch a lot of 3-pounders, but getting those 5+ pounders to bite is difficult. And he just said he's seen like 100 bass on his forward-facing sonar. They're up there, but he can't get them to bite, and that's the trick, and that's the key. With lighter line, you see the finesse tactics coming out. Walter's hooked up here. Doesn't look like it's going to help him. And once you get something figured out, Jacob hooked up, that's the key, you know. Often the whole school will bite once you figure it out. So you'll go through a rotation of baits. It might be scent, it might be the weight, the bait, your leader, and then it'll click and you'll get them to bite. And then you'll be able to catch several of those fish. Or there'll be a window where they'll just switch on, and like we've seen last year with Taku, is just Disneyland around his boat, and there's 500 5-pound smallmouth underneath him, and he's catching them non-stop. But it can turn like that really quick, but at the same time, they can sucker you in, and you can see all of these fish on your graph, and you just cannot get them to bite.
Couple days. Can't keep them hooked.
Jacob looked like he broke off or lost that fish. Jacob had the big day on day one.
27-15.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it. Part of it.
You look at this tournament, everybody talking about the Johnsons, and both our leaders, both days, have been Elite Series rookies.
Wow. Jay hooked up again. He's saying this school's biting, you know, and that's really key. If there's some big ones in there and he can get through those 3-pounders, he'll hopefully start to catch those 4.5+ class fish. He's definitely got it dialed in.
You look at both those rookies and you wonder how they're able to compete, but the one thing they both have in common is that trait of just being remarkably calm. And it's so hard to stay calm in moments like this, but they both are one of those guys. You almost, some mornings I'm like, I feel like I got to wake them up before they go out for takeoff.
Well, that's makes up some of the best, you know, anglers in the world. All the top guys that you see, they're just so calm and collected, and they've been there, they've done it. So to see it in a young guy is always is super cool. And you know, you see the way he fights the fish, the way he's acting. He's collected, and that's how you got to be when you're fishing. You got to fish slow, you got to fish methodical, you got to fight them correctly, and not get in a rush anytime. And you can just tell by his attitude, he's sort of acting like a veteran. But this is his rookie year and a chance to win an Elite Series event, 100 grand, change his life. It's pretty cool. He's just got a few guys underneath him that he's got to
It's probably about
got to hold off.
3 1/4. But it's a good upgrade.
Saying he's got 19-12. Yeah, that one looks like a 4-pounder. That's going to get him well over 20 now.
$4 right now. Fouts, Walters, Shakuret, and Greg Hackney.
Cool to see Hackney like so versatile, like just does the job, like gets out, not largemouth aren't going to play, knows the deal, and gets in the perfect area and knows how to catch them on a spin rod. Like, unbelievable.
We'll leave our $4 and venture out onto Lake Ontario and see if we can track down the very first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event, and that, of course, Chris Johnson. And he did it right here in Clayton, New York in 2020 in front of absolutely no crowd during COVID times. The border was shut down. So if one of these Canadians pulls it off, they'll be the first Canadian to actually win an Elite Series event when Canadians can attend the weigh-in.
That's what you want. We want a wild crowd. We need as many to show up as we can. As an angler, we love looking out there and seeing people, especially from our home country.
Decent one, but
that's a big one.
I think he's just a high 3.
What weight did Chris have on day? Oh no, when he won in 2020, it wasn't quite the 100, was it?
97.
97.
I think. He was close.
Yeah.
He was close. But we had that bad weather on the last day that hurt kind of most of them, and he might have done it there. But I think the reason you see that when we come here is just simply time. You get that much more time. You're that much closer to the juice.
Yep.
So you don't spend your time running a poker run.
Yeah.
Spend your time fishing.
That has definitely been the big change here. Perfect weather and close to the good fishing, so more time and easy to run around. You get bad weather, you can't just jump to another spot. Where you get weather like this, it makes the Great Lake, makes Ontario a lot smaller. You can shoot out to an island, change spots, and it's allowing Chris and Corey and these guys to really work an area and then decide to pick up and run a long way to another one. But if it blows 10 miles an hour, that run takes you 3-4 times longer. It's not much to make it a very a longer run and a tougher run on all your gear. Makes decisions a little bit easier to just pick up and go.
Come on, buddy.
Look how calm he is. He's not chasing the fish. He just waits till it's ready. And
not gonna help.
Not gonna help him.
Be nice, but
just an average 4-pound Lake Ontario smallmouth, one of thousands that Chris Johnson has caught in his life. And I've enjoyed hanging out with you, Carl Jacobson. I know you wanted to be out there in the water.
Next best thing.
Next best thing, hanging out here watching these guys break it down. And a great smallmouth fishery ahead for you on Oahe next. And having your best season ever. And get into the Bassmaster Classic, because we don't want just Canadians. We want a lot of crazy Aussies there doing shoeies.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. We're going to get the Aussies. They're already planning a giant trip over here with buses and all sorts of stuff. I'm like, hang on, there's a lot of fishing left to go, but I'm still inside that classic cut. 2 events to go, but we're going to make it happen.
Pretty incredible. Keep it going. Love to see all those Aussies over here at the Bassmaster Classic this year in Knoxville, Tennessee. Thank you very much, Carl Jacobson. And we talked about the Suck My Wake and all the other, 200-mile-an-hour boats that are out on the water right now. And there's a look at them in the dock before they left this morning. What a thunder it was as they worked down this incredible, incredible river. And just imagine you're on a nice spot and along comes that. Unbelievable. What a display of power. And you think you got bad gas mileage? Talk to these guys.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Great day on the water in the Empire State of New York. The fabulous St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Having an incredible week here. Perfect conditions, fish catching like you cannot imagine. That's what we've been treated to for now 2.5 days. There's our leaderboard here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. And the rookie, Jay Shakura, started the day with the lead, fell out of the lead. He's back on top right now. Chris Johnston from Canada, former champion here. In second place, Arkansas' Stetson Blaylock, South Carolina's Patrick Walters, Louisiana's Greg Hackney. They're from all over.
coming here to enjoy this fishing, and boy, those guys are excelling. They are overperforming for sure. Let's get back out on the water as quickly as we possibly can. Our coverage is going to take you all the way to 1 o'clock Eastern time today. Real treat if you like smallmouth fishing, and who doesn't? Here's Stetson Blaylock.
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert?
How about
Shane LaHue, biggest fish of the day, a 6.5 pounder, 6 pounds, 8 ounces.
Wow.
He's climbed from 35th to 14th. He's knocking on our top 10.
And that's unofficial. That could be a 7-pounder, Davey.
Could be very close to it. We all know those fishermen like to kind of small eye them a little bit. They don't want to be disappointed and overestimate the weight.
He had 25 pounds yesterday. He's got 22.11 today on Bass Track. He's got another 5-pounder in there and about 3 pounders. He's probably wanting to upgrade.
Stetson Blaylock with the biggest stringer of fish brought to the scales yesterday, and well on his way today, moving up the board again, currently in third, and looks like he's got a good one on right now.
Had a little bit of frequency issues with his microphone. Some of the electronics on the boat, the scales that are in the boat at times, sometimes they collide and it makes it an egregious kind of screech. So we do not want, we're going to spare you from the screech, and we'll just kind of watch and play-by-play it.
We've been talking about the average size fish being over 4 pounds, and we've talked for years about, will this be the year that they hit the 100-pound mark for 4 days total weight? But I have not heard many people talk about a 30-pound limit being weighed in this time of the year. Stetson Blaylock yesterday said it's absolutely possible that it could happen today or tomorrow.
And if you follow such things, you know that this is not the time of the year when they are at their maximum weight, which makes it even more remarkable.
Exactly.
Luke Palmer's climbed from the 40s into the 20s. He's got a 20-pound bag. He's got a second largest fish of the day, 512.
Good, solid fish there for Stetson.
How fat that belly is on it.
Looking at that fish, Tommy, you mentioned this is not when they're at their largest size because they're post-spawn, most of them, but if that one's slim, I hate to see him when he gets fat.
No, yeah, he would definitely look like a watermelon swimming at you.
Yes.
And there's a couple different reasons for people tuning in if they don't. What makes a fish fat? What makes a fish long and skinny? This time of the year, Davey, there's 2 factors that could make a fish fat. It could be in the stage of the spawn, where they're maybe filled with eggs some, and they've been feeding up prior to being in the egg portion of their time, or they've already spawned and now they're feeding up for the summer.
Yeah, and like the early spawners, the ones that were spawning maybe early to mid-June and have already had a month to recover and to put some weight on their shoulders.
Which we see that different. We see it, Ontario is going to be way different than 100 miles away in the St. Lawrence River, the same body of water, but they're going to be different stages along the river.
Absolutely.
Stetson Blaylock, especially over the last 5 years, just been one of the most dependable performers out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's a young man, but a lot of experience in the sport of fishing, and he gives a lot of credit to the Bassmasters for paving the way.
You know, winning an event and winning that blue trophy, it's the pinnacle of your career. Yes, there's Anglers of the Year. Yes, there's Bassmaster Classics, but you've got to set your bars and you've got to start, whether it be the magazine or the TV show or the lives that the kids get to watch now. All that stuff fuels dreams.
Get you a load of that, Bass Nation. Oh my gosh.
It gave me something to shoot for. I want to be like that guy. I want to be better than that guy one of these days.
That's it.
It shaped me into the angler that I am today. To be where I am now, looking back on that, it's one of the most important aspects to the sport of bass fishing is being able to pick up that magazine and turn on that show and watch it. I can tell you that kids' lives can be changed.
Stetson Blaylock, just always solid. I mean, he performs everywhere from South Carolina to Tennessee to
I've still got a lot
Alabama
of room I can improve
beyond,
for sure.
Especially up here. And St. Clair as well, he's done it with.
And we're gonna.
Oh, the Bassmaster Classic this year that last minute catch that he had, I actually thought that
they
he was
all
about
need to
to
be
win
like
the
that
class.
biggest one when
Came
it's
very
over
close.
with.
Looks like Corey Johnson is hooked up.
Stetson's latest fish, the one we saw most recently, was put in as a 4-pounder. I think it was 4 pounds at least, or maybe a little bit more, 4 1/4 maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
A little over 2.5 pounds back of our lead, unofficially.
You know, if you're just tuning in, Corey Johnson had a little issue this morning. He had to go get something fixed mechanically on his boat. Only cost him about 30 minutes.
Yep.
He was our leader when that happened, and he just 30 minutes is 30 minutes. You know, you say, well, that's not a lot of time, but it is. But it's kind of messed up his momentum. He's not been in the top couple since that happened, and he was leading at the time. His fish will help him though.
Around there anyway. They're all that size. There's a bunch of them down there, but it's hard to tell.
He's too close to call. Put him on the balance beam.
That's better.
Takes a little time to do that, but it's time well spent.
Oh, yeah.
As you've seen, ounces
Oh my goodness, yeah.
are gold here. Chris Johnson hooked up.
Chris Saldan with our second biggest bag of the day, 22.6, jumps up to 13th.
Saw him
28.
shirk it. It looked bigger as a black one behind it. Still might help us. I think he's a 4. Oh yeah, he'll help. Get in here. Come here, buddy. I want to help. It's a chunk.
Right in the middle.
I'm going 4 1/4. Just under 4 1/2.
Be in the region of a pound upgrade for Chris Johnson. Dave, you were talking about the importance of ounces out here. Time well spent working on your culling here. And something just gives me the feeling, just the way it's been going here, that I don't see anyone running away with this thing. It could come down to a matter of ounces at the end of the day tomorrow.
I totally agree with you. And that's what we love as
man.
spectators or covering the event. It's going to be right down to the wire. Who catches that 6-pounder or potentially a 7-pounder tomorrow?
And I think that's why we've seen major comebacks happen in these up north smallmouth events, because no one can run away with it.
Right.
First to 10th is going to be 5 pounds, and you still feel like you didn't do your job. Like Jacob Fouts had 40. I think I have a stat to back this up, Davey. If you jump in and say something, I will follow it up with it. But Jacob Fouts was 48 pounds and change to be 10th. I'm pretty sure that leads day 2 almost every event here in the past. All but 2 of them, he would have been leading.
Wow.
Well, speaking of how close it is, let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard right now. The man who started with the lead is Jay Shakurat, the rookie from the state of Wisconsin. They had about a 2.5, 3-pound lead. Cut into a little bit by Chris Johnston. I don't know if that reflects that last upgrade he made right there, but
Does not.
I kind of okay. Well, it's good. It's even closer than it looks right there. Then Stetson Blaylock hanging in there as well. Patrick Walters, Austin Felix, Hackney, who held that top spot for a long time today. Corey Johnston looking to get back on track. A lot more when we get back after these commercial messages.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, tonight it's baseball night in America on Fox as the Red Sox head to the Bronx to take on Aaron Judge and the rival Yankees, or Christian Yelich. The Brewers take on the Giants tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Check the local listings for the game in your area. Here's a currently evolving sporting event in the state of New York for you right here. Just a great tournament on the St. Lawrence River. Jacob Fouts was our leader, the rookie. On day number 1, incredible, still stands as the largest limit caught in this tournament. Jacob Fouts has kind of had a bit of a decline since then. He fell into the 10th place after yesterday. He's fallen out of the top 10 now, but you know he's got the ability to put him in the boat if he can get around him.
Stayed in one place the first 2 days, one big area. I shouldn't really say one place, 1 5-mile area. So, and it's just kind of, you know, he caught those fish, the bigger ones anyway. So he's done a lot more moving around today. He's still got a lot of time, but he's trying to look for the right size. He's caught numbers of fish, just not the right ones. Fishing a lot deeper than he had the last 2 days.
I would think he's got 14 pounds today, about half of what he had on day 1.
Yes.
27.15.
Which, anything to his credit, anything less than 27.15 is a drop-off, because that's the biggest bag we've ever seen in an Elite Series smallmouth competition, so you can't help but step back a little bit. But we saw it last year, not saying he's in the same area or that the spot has the same kind of conditions on it, but Bernie Schultz was kind of in a back channel type area off the main drag, shallow smallmouth, and they only lasted him about 2.5 days before he fell to the lower of the top 10. And that was with a lot less 20-pound bags. The ability to fall this week, if you don't keep that standard up, is there. I mean, we had Derek Hudnall was 7th after day 1, caught 20 pounds yesterday, started the day in 27th today, dropped 20 spots after catching 20 pounds. Which is a staple weight, if anyone's like that is.
Yes.
From 35th place with a 5.4 big bag of the day, 24 pounds, 5 ounces, Shane LaHue is in 6th place.
That's the flip side of what you said.
Yeah, exactly. You can make the jumps.
You got the.
And he has notoriously done well here, shallow, hair jigs, forward-facing sonar, other things like that too. So I'll be interested to see if Shane makes the final day, what he's doing.
He's got a 6.8, a 5.4, a 5.0, and 2 about 3 3/4. Wow. So he's got some room to upgrade. He can get the biggest bag.
Lots of room to grow.
It's amazing, but it's really not. I mean, these guys are good. You're at the top level of our sport, and it's basically that way. Tommy, you're a big golfer. I mean, it's a couple strokes today and a couple strokes tomorrow, you're cut or you're leading or in the top. I mean, it's just our sport is so similar to that.
There's not a lot of margin available to you there. You better.
You give a little slack, there's somebody there to take it up for you.
More than willing to step in.
All right, we're gonna move for real now.
It appears to me, though, you're seeing some of these other anglers, whether it be Faust or Secura, some guys have had 2 great days. They're slowing down. Their numbers are fewer and far between. And you look at Corey and Chris Johnson, they might not be catching any bigger fish, but they're still getting just as many bites as they got on the first day.
Yeah, you need to kind of stay. This is the one tournament where you could get behind by more than we've ever seen. You know, 10th could be 7 or 8 pounds behind going into tomorrow compared to normal events where it's 4 to 5 pounds. So you don't want to get too far behind. But yeah, for some of these guys, we're seeing it, and you know this, Davey. You're in a flat, maybe 100, 200-yard stretch that a lot of fish are on, and they're not replenishing. They're leaving. They're going to they're transitioning to their post-spawn patterns. They're going to go to the guy that's half a mile behind you. They're going to swim out to those spots. And so some of these guys are having to figure that out. And we weren't sure with practice with how rough it was. Some of these guys didn't explore and get to find as many spots as normal.
Where Taku and Clark Wendlandt are fishing and kind of what I've seen them doing, I think they're banking on more of those fish leaving those shallow areas like we see a Greg Hackney and the Johnsons a lot. Those fish are moving out just like they did for Taku last year.
And you heard yesterday some guys saying once there's a little more chop on the water, they were able to get those bites later in the day. And that's happening today. The wind's picking up ever so slightly.
There's still so many shallow, though. I don't know if they're going to run out of shallow.
No.
Still a lot.
But then there might be 100 yards until your next one that you see.
Sure.
Instead of like 12 swimming around when you hook one, you got to go searching. Like Jacob said, he's got to be on the prowl for him, make it a little more tenuous on him.
Totally agree.
When you're in paradise, I'll let you walk down the beach an extra mile to get you to your chair, you know.
Defending champion, Taku Ito.
Okay, good one. Yes. Oh, yes, good one. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Got a little different body language here with Taku.
Please.
Better fish.
No. Okay.
You were talking about it a little bit earlier, Ronnie. It's amazing to think about. It's only been a few years ago, Taku had not ever caught a smallmouth bass. In the short period of time that he has totally figured out how to catch these fish on Lake Ontario, the St. Lawrence River, it's amazing. Because heck, maybe I'm one of them. Went there for 20 years and still might not know how to really catch them, but you know when you see the schedule, you say, well, that's going to be one that Taku's he's going to be in the top 10, top 15. Every single time.
We always talk about luck and how it's involved with fishing or not involved with fishing. When you see guys who are consistently good at certain things, you realize that luck plays a whole lot less. You can get lucky here and be on no pattern and stumble on 20 pounds. It's hard to do that 4 days in a row. It's hard to do that year after year. And you start to just have to tip your hat and say, that guy's just really good at bass fishing. He's much better than me at bass fishing. You just have to end up saying that.
No.
Yeah. Definitely one that he needs in his boat.
Yeah, he was kind of stuck in 3 pounds and below land for the first 3 hours today. He put that 5 pounder in the boat. a little while ago.
Okay, yes.
There's another.
Taku time. Come on. Yes. Yeah. Woo. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That'll put him back in the mix, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like I'm in flashback to last year about this time.
Yes.
He did that all day long. Oh, there we go.
Speaking of flashbacks, that music, a little bit of a flashback. We know what that music is. It's the Power Pole replay of the day, Taku Ito. Last year's champion made a strong surge towards the end of the event, especially the final day with 26 pounds. Started the event with only 17. He started a little stronger this year, but it really is starting to look a lot like last season there for Taku Ito. 2 5-pounders in the last hour. Taku Ito, you are our Power Pole replay of the day.
Big move to third place with 21 pounds, 13 ounces today.
Now over 70 pounds, Tommy. We have the top 3 over 70 pounds, which basically supersedes any day 3 leader we've had before.
Well, Taku just informed us now. We're now on Taku time. So bear that in mind. We'll be right back. Our live coverage continues from semifinal Saturday here on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Clayton, New York, our fantastic host city here. What a beautiful, beautiful experience we're having here. Perfect weather, great conditions. Everyone can do just exactly what they want to do. And what they want to do is catch some more big fish. Look at our top 10 separated by less than 5 pounds at this point right now. And Jay Shakur, the rookie, started this day with the lead. Jay is on top of the leaderboard once again after falling out a little bit. For a while, he's around some good ones, and just coming together for this kid who is absolutely a real talent at finding and catching smallmouth.
Yeah, you look at those weights, keep in mind that's their largest 15 to this point of the tournament. Jay has caught, and all these other anglers have caught a lot more fish than that, but that's just 15 of the ones that they've caught weight, 70 pounds, 73 pounds. Jay, slower start this morning than he has had, but he's still leading the event. But yesterday about this time, and this looks like a nice one here, he caught a 5 and a 6-pounder that really, really launched him back up into the lead. We talked about Chris and Corey having probably 100 places that they would like to go fish in these 4 days and secure it, and Fouts not having but a small handful. But from what I've seen, Jay, he's only fished really 2 spots, so he still might have another ace or 2 in the hole, so to speak. Boy, you'd sure want to have that going against Chris, and Corey, and Taku, last year's winner. Clark Winland, as much experience as he's got here. You know, by the way, Greg Hagney's unofficially in 5th. He knows how to win a tournament or 2.
He is. He's won the lead event here in the state of New York at Hugo Lake, and that part of that campaign to win Angler of the Year in 2014.
Which is amazing. They talked about it yesterday as we make a move over, that at 8.6, an 8-pound, 6-ounce smallmouth set the state record at Cayuga just a few weeks ago for smallmouth. that there's
Heard
got to
about
be a
that.
9 or 10 pound smallmouth in Ontario somewhere, just in a 50 feet of water. Probably never saw a bait before in its life, but that's what we're waiting for.
That's right.
We're waiting for it to happen on one of the Great Lakes.
Corey Johnston still trying to get back on track.
15 of them in that school, so we need to get them to bite.
Yeah, I mean, breaking all the records, we might as well break the state record all-time smallmouth in the state of New York.
You know, you're in for a penny, in for a pound, as they say.
Yes.
There's that tail you told us about, Davey. Rearranging the deck chairs there.
There's two things that we have learned by watching Corey Johnston. When he kneels down to rearrange his rods, it's either he doesn't have a very big one, he's getting his rod ready to throw to another fish immediately, or in this case, the other scenario, it's a big one.
Yeah.
You could just, it's not the high-pitched zinging, it's that on the rod and the line. That's when you know it's a different tone of pull.
Yes. And he's actually looking for this fish instead of, oh, it's a 4-pounder and I'm looking around for a 5-pounder. He's really paying attention to this fish, taking his time. Light line, light wire hooks. Just have to take your time.
Well, how
Let
big
your
this thing
equipment
is,
do the
man.
work.
It feels heavy. It's pulling like a great big one, but I don't know if it is. Help. Oh yeah.
Just a quarter to a half pound per
4
fish.
1/4.
Goes a long way when they start doing that multiple times. Getting his boat back in position to probably make the exact same cast he made when he caught that fish.
About a month ago, he's hospitalized for bacterial pneumonia. Spent 2 days there, got out on Father's Day and fished with his dad. He got out the day before and was still feeling bad. Got the Ontario Open, opening of fishing season. Couldn't miss it.
If you're viewing in from the south, and you did hear Suits correctly, fishing season, they actually have fishing seasons in the
That's
north.
right.
It's unheard of down south. Every day is fishing season in the south.
Sure.
Ronnie, you were talking about the state records. New York 8.6, new one was caught about a month ago. I'm kind of amazed because one lake upstream, Erie, Ohio record is 9 pounds, 8 ounces. Michigan smallmouth record is 9.15. I would imagine Ontario would be getting, you know,
See,
a 9-pound type.
But that just goes back, just 30 years ago, there were bigger smallmouth in Erie and over at St. Clair than here. The growth here in these lakes have just really been, you know, much more recent than in those other lakes where those records are higher.
Yeah.
I just can't put into words the different body of water that we're looking at. You know, how much bigger the smallmouth are than they were 25, 30 years here on these exact same. In these areas that they're fishing, we had Bassmaster tournaments there, you know, in the early 90s, and you would not see anything like this. They just weren't there. The fish were much, much smaller.
Well, the Michigan record, 9.15, is from the Indian River 2016. Well, it's kind of recent. Ohio was from 93, and guess who that is? Randy Van Dam.
Really? Oh, yeah, I did actually know that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is not that the record, just like, not that the record was made or broken many, many years ago, just the number of years that those fish, the average size has been larger.
We could see a 8.7 get caught that doesn't break the New York record because it could be in a Canada Bay this week. Even though it's weighed in a New York tournament, I don't think.
We'd like to see it anyway, though.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't mind it. Just make sure it's tomorrow when we have all 10, or you know, one of our 10 today.
Talking about big fish, we mentioned Shane LaHue and the giant he pulled in not too long ago to.
That's a long one.
Put himself way up the leaderboard. What a smallmouth. Young man from North Carolina having a great day, making big strides as well. Let's make him our marathon peak performance.
Yeah, with that fish, we have to make Shane LaHue our marathon peak performance. Started the day off with it's an average fish, 3-pounders, but you have to look at fish number 4, 6 pound, 8 ounces at about 11:36. Shane LaHue with a total right now unofficially of 24 pounds, 5 ounces, and he has a lot to grow with that 3-pounder, 2 3-pounders still in his 5-fish limit. So Shane LaHue, you're our marathon peak performer right now, but might even be more performance left for Shane LaHue.
He still could break the biggest bag of the tournament. 2 5s would give him a 3+ pound call.
He wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for a 25-pound, 9-ounce bag yesterday, because he was way down there in the 60s on day one.
Yeah.
He was one of the guys that came across the stage and had his head down on day one, mumbled to Dave Mercer, "I'm sorry," and it's because they weighed 18 to 19 pounds, and that just wasn't. That was in the 70s. So what he would have made his run up, Such, where was he on day one? Because he would have made a run up from like 79th or something to 35th to the top
69th.
10.
He was 69th on day one with 18-13.
How far off the lead is he now?
Oh, he's
less
than
4
pounds. 4.6, so
4.6.
That would be incredible. He's definitely, you know, got a great chance to be fishing tomorrow and will be within reach to win, and starting out after day one, 69th place.
This shows you the difference in last year and this year. Last year, Taku Ito had 17 pounds and was in 37th place and came back to win the event. He had 18-13, would be 69th place. Wow. And if he came back to win, how far he would have been back day one.
He'll have to tell those threes, though. How about Derek Hudden with a 5-3 right now? Another big bag, 22-11. He's 12th place.
Jay's got a different species there, something going on.
Thought he was a big swim bait for a second.
Some kind of little stump knocker there. can't stress it enough. Your job today, job number one, is make it into the top 10 by the end of today. That way you can fish for the championship tomorrow. Championship Sunday. Jay Shakura has certainly laid the groundwork to be on hand and make a move for that championship here. Chris Johnston, always a favorite. And there's your cut line right there below it. Matt Robertson, Bob Downey, who spent a lot of time in our top 10 today. Clark Winlet, Chris Zaldain moving up. Jason Christie moving up. Poised to try to make it into that top 10. So who's going to be there at the end of the day? The weigh-in coming up at 3 Eastern time. And you might want to make a note of that and check it out.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Live coverage going to continue here on FS1 for a little more than another half hour, but boy, you can get a lot of fish catches in that period of time. That's the way it's been going all week long here. I mean, they are catching the smallmouth on this incredible place. Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence River, forming the border between Canada and the U.S. Both countries are in play this time around for the first time in a few years because of the previous restrictions due to COVID, etc. Man, we are reaping the benefits. We are seeing some tremendous performances during the course of this tournament. Here we are, semifinal Saturday, and all our 47 who have qualified for today striving as hard as they can to make it into the top 10.
I knew when I say so black,
Hackney.
Dang. Must be nice. He's just holding on at this point. He doesn't even have his hand on the reel.
He's just letting it eat.
Yeah, I think he's got the hook swallowed, looks like. That's the reason I'm like, I might have to go after him. Think about him pulling out that much line.
How often do you hear that in bass tournaments? I think I'm going to have to go after him. I mean, that's a saltwater thing when you got a blue marlin on or something.
Back it up to him. Chris Zaldain with his third 5-pounders up to 23-10, 8th place. Knocked Hackney here to 11th. He needs this fish bad.
Don't you start throwing blue marlin out there. I'll start throwing out terms and you get me in a different mode.
Snow us all with the jargon.
Giant when he jumped.
Tell us about the time you had that blue marlin on, Ronnie.
No, not
It's all
me.
going to depend on how fat he is.
I spend my life watching people fish.
Because some of them big black ones like that are those big males that are...
Big males.
Man, this joker. I'm like, really?
I mentioned this earlier, but it's our equipment in all phases of the game has changed. And you see an angler just trusting his drag like that. You didn't see that 20 years ago, hardly ever. In freshwater tournaments, different setups for saltwater stuff. They've had the right equipment for a long time. But
he was right on the waypoint. I mean, I fired right out there to it. And
is this our state record?
Come on, buddy.
I wish it's not.
I think he's on the Canadian side, too. Notice when we were...
But all the water touches. How do they know it's not New York water? Like,
correct.
Yeah, and the fish is.
All I know is that's a beautiful fish.
That is a good one.
That's gotta help. I know he swallowed the hook.
If it doesn't help, then he has a lot more than his bass track says.
That's gotta help. That's the biggest fish I've caught today. Let's see.
That is a big one.
We get that's a big fish.
Ronnie, you know he's fudging a little when there's 4 fish in there, 4-0 even.
That ain't.
1,
This
3,
is not
10.
like a rat. That's not a rat, you know.
Yeah, that's definitely a 4 he just released. And
All right, let's
one over 5 that he replaced it with.
He's rounded down for sure. Chris Alday landed another 5-pounder. He's up to 24.10 in 5th place.
Wow.
Climbing from, I believe, it's like 28th.
So that's.
You're putting a little G juice in there to
just a little bit of
help
fresh water.
relax the fish and keep them alive and well until take them to weigh in. A little ice to go along with it. Fish care is so important.
Crazy that they're there.
4-ounce penalty per dead fish.
And you can't call them. That's the big thing as well.
So they do everything they can to keep these fish alive and well.
It was an old slow grind, but I knew, I was like, that's a freaking big one right there. When he jumped out there, I was like, monster. Yeah, I could see him in the water, and I was like, it looks like a big one. Then when I said, yeah, that's a freaking big one.
Yeah. One thing I'm looking for, Tommy, on the Bass Track leaderboard, Brandon Polinick right now is in the mid-20s. It's a make or break day for him because he has our Angler of the Year lead and will leave with the lead for sure. Yep. John Cox missed the cut this week, but he started in 19th today. If he drops back to 30th, 32nd, 33rd, gives back a dozen to 15 points, that only helps his nearest competitors like Lester, Mullins, who are fishing today, and John Cox, who is not out and not here, gains him points back, and he's just sitting at home.
Yeah, Mullins actually has passed John Cox second in the AOY standings. He's moved up today to 21st.
And passed Polinick in this tournament as well. Corey Johnston hooked up.
I haven't talked to anyone coming into this tournament that thought there would be this many fish caught shallow. I mean, it's incredible.
Surprised everyone.
Yes.
Wow. It's been so different from anyone I've ever
past
witnessed.
midway
it's
of
just incredible.
July. We've had so many tournaments here that about this same time of year, and there's always some fish caught shallow.
Corey Johnson, definitely one of the favorites coming in, started the day. 3rd place, had an equipment issue. He had to take himself out of the game for half an hour or maybe even a little more, and he just now worked himself back into that top 3.
Not sure if that fish will help him.
That'd be better than 310.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Help or what?
Well, what are the places that have played big time? I think we got a different sort of VMC on point right now that's going to give us an idea of where it's gone on. It's a map, Davey.
It's a map, it's a locator, and gives us an idea of where these are all 4+ pounders that have been caught today. VMC on point. And certainly the point that we are looking for are bigger smallmouth bass. And you notice there's about 100 miles of the St. Lawrence River that anglers can fish. Also Lake Ontario, very obvious where the bigger fish are being caught today. Around the mouth, within 20 miles on scale, about 20 or 30 miles of the mouth of the river. There's your VMC on point for the larger fish, and that's what all these anglers are looking for.
And I'd say a lot of these guys in past years would be a lot more anglers in the river. We'd see a lot more 4-pounders as well, but with being so close to the lake, you gotta go to Lake Ontario.
Oh, absolutely, and conditions so different from anything we've ever seen before. That gives you a lot of info. That look right there. We're going to look at some more big smallmouth being caught just as soon as we return. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Elite Series continues tomorrow from here at the St. Lawrence River at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, only on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Man, if you've got a load of what's going on here today, you'll want to be here tomorrow to see the dramatic, and I'm predicting a dramatic conclusion to this event right now. And of course, when you come to the St. Lawrence, the two elephants in the room are the Johnston brothers. I mean, you cannot ignore what favorites they are coming in here right now. They sit at second and third. We just saw Corey Johnston put a keeper in the boat. Now we're on Chris Johnston. He's in second.
Come on, we need a good one here. Oh yeah, giant. This is what we came for.
Oh boy.
This is a monster.
Just like his brother, you see him moving those rods around.
Stay on.
6.5 will give him the lead.
This is a giant.
A lot of our anglers you hear say it is a giant. You might think, well, it's probably at least a 4.5.
Don't move. It's a good chance it's a big one.
Chris says it's a giant. It's probably, could be around that mark, Such. 6, 6.5, 7, 8.
Need this one.
As small as a 4, and he's 2.7 back, so 6.5. Give an ounce lead.
This would make it worth the run if we can get this one in.
These tournaments are so interesting in their own way that catch so many fish, and they're all nice fish, but you can tell that Chris knows this is the kind of fish that could mean you winning the event. It's so important.
Just gotta let him get tired.
To land
he
this
stays
fish.
down there.
When you get the opportunity at maybe a 6-pounder at the St. Lawrence, which
Does not want to come
more
up off the
common to catch
bottom.
a 6-pound smallmouth here than probably most
I'm
other
not even
places.
sure how big this is, but he's over 5.
But for a tournament weight,
Yeah.
to call out a 4 something, that's how you get to 26 is by catching a 6-pounder.
Yeah. And we've seen it all day, and you know, you like gaining a 1/4 pound, a 1/2 pound with a cull, but this is a potential tournament winning fish to add to your other 4.
Go.
Like Stetson play like his 6'11". If it's a 4-pounder, he's not 4th place, he's like 16th.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about right now. The gap's 2.5 from first to second. You want to stay close. If Jay was to catch a big one and you're 5 pounds behind, you want to be within range.
It doesn't look like he's over 5, but when he jumped, I thought he was.
I don't know, might be close to 5.
It's going to be a big
Solid one, though.
Yeah, what's the smallest? A 4
4.
even? Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be a big help if he lands it.
Yeah.
He's a 5er all day. Nice thing is there was more down there and they're biting, so get 2 more like this, we'll be back in the game. Come on, baby. See the hook. Oh, horse and win. Come on. All right, this time we got you.
I've never seen a smallmouth whoop the Johnstons like the last couple have.
They have landed thousands and thousands of them, so they've done this a lot.
They're getting embarrassed at this point. Though,
Well,
you know, if it depends on how big of a 5. Yeah, 5's something. You know, he's.
Oh, there we go. Took a while to get him in, but that's what we're after, baby.
What a beautiful fish.
It's kind of one of the longer, skinnier ones, to be honest. It's not that fat. Oh, he wasn't getting off. Right in the bottom jaw. Size 2, Aaron Martin's drop shot hook. Sticks them.
Little ode to the smallmouth king himself, Aaron Martins.
Not big.
Over to Taku Ito. Was around smaller ones to start his day. Then he caught a couple of 5-pounders around the noon hour, the hour before noon.
Whoa. Oh, really? Wow.
He's not giving up the defending champion crown quite so easy, is he?
He's not.
Counterpunch the Johnson brothers.
I don't know what kind of adjustment Chris Zaldain made, but making that surge up today, he's caught nothing but 4-pounders this week, he said. You know, weighed in heavy 4s. He said in a post last night, looking to find the 5s and 6s that I found in practice that I have not been able to relocate. So whatever he's adjusted to today to be able to have 4 5-pounders,
that's incredible.
That has been huge.
And he entered them all in on Bass Track as 5-0.
So yeah, give or take a couple ounces, he could have 26 pounds. They put Chris's in as 412.
Oh, that's a little conservative.
About a quarter to a half-pound light.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. It's cold, no cold.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so close.
Yeah.
May have to bump up Chris Johnston's weight manually. I might have to get in the system and just make it a little closer to accurate.
Corey Johnson hooked up. Boy, this action is great.
Boy, it's man.
Masayuki Matsushita could be our 20th angler with 20 pounds today.
20th angler out of 47.
Already.
Almost half.
Wow.
Gonna do anything either.
That's good, solid fish, but not sure how much it's going to help Corey Johnson.
Oh man, it's happening faster than we can keep up with out here. We're just not used to this. Getting a little bit spoiled out here, and thank goodness for that. What a great day, what a great week here in the St. Lawrence River. Lake Ontario, Jay Shakura hanging on to that lead, but being seriously challenged by the Johnston brothers, as you might expect. You got to figure that when you come to this special place. Taku Ito changing the look of his day and his tournament as well. Chris Zaldane making the big move in the last hour. 5-pounders galore. Man, we have got some action going on, and we're not done yet. A little bit more fishing left here in New York.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Got a bit more fishing to show you here. Semi-final Saturday, the guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River, which has been just absolutely out of sight for almost 3 days now. Man, oh man. It's going to be a very tight race. It's going to be very close at the end of tomorrow. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and they have been catching smallmouth like we have never seen before at this place that is known as one of the greatest smallmouth fisheries on the face of the earth. Stetson Blaylock has climbed as high as 3rd place during the course of today. He's in 9th place right now.
I don't think he's gonna help. Good one. I don't think he's gonna help. We'll see.
It's so incredible to see this time of the day to be catching those size fish, and I don't think he's going to help. He's only a 4-pounder.
He's fat too.
Some big ones being caught. Fighter, a 5.5-pounder. Paul Mueller, a 5'4", 5th place.
A good one nonetheless.
Oh my God.
To our leader, Jay Shakura. And guess what?
That looks like a big flash, Davey.
That looked like a really big flash.
Just come right here.
Oh my goodness.
It's an absolute giant.
Wow.
Whoa.
That even makes a leader smile. Sounds out of breath, and he's a young, healthy man in shape.
Holy crap.
That'll make anyone breathe hard.
I gotta weigh it just to tell you guys what it weighs.
Oh, please do.
Please do.
It's gotta be close to 7.
Ooh, could be.
612 is the big bass of the event.
$6.59.
A little over 6.5.
Look at the size of that one.
I mean, that's a fish of a lifetime.
Oh, gosh,
at any
yes.
point, let alone your rookie season on the Bassmaster Elites.
3 1/4 pound
That is-
cull, 24 pound total, 76.5 on the event.
Wow.
That is huge for Jay Shakura. Let's
Now-
get over to Patrick Walters.
Unofficially on pace for the century mark. Over 75
Yes,
pounds after 3 days. As long as he makes it back, he still has time to add to that, Davey.
And he won't be alone, I predict, at the end of the day.
Got a 4.0 and a 4.4, 4.8.
Be doing none of that.
Can you imagine catching 100 pounds of smallmouth and not winning the event? Could happen this week.
When the Johnsons were closing it, now they're 4.9 back and 5.13 back, Corey. Tied with Ito, 5.13 back.
Now that the wind has picked up and we've got a very slight little chop, I mean, I think I saw one little whitecap a few minutes ago. It's absolutely insane to these fish they're catching, but the way this lake has been so calm for 3 straight days.
Long and skinny. It's not that big, really.
Is everybody hooked up on the water?
That's a good
I
one.
wonder.
Such just caught one in studio.
God, I don't doubt
It's a big one.
This is great.
And no one needs it more than this guy.
I think you have
Yeah,
to
Jacob trying to fish his way back into the top 10 or day
That's a
one
big
leader.
one.
That's the way you do it.
That one, oof, that
Ooh,
one might hit
good
6.
one.
That one might hit 6.
Holy
I think
smokes.
so. I sure hope so. Five, 4.
Oh,
Kind of big eyed that one, Davey.
I did too.
But these are literally like happening at the same exact time. That's what when we talk about bite windows, Davey, you know this on the water. When you're starting to catch them, you know other people are probably catching them too. And we've seen a 6.5, we've seen a 5 1/4. We saw Patrick Walters land one, probably 4 pounds and change, another one.
And oh wait, Austin Felix is hooked
Yeah.
up. Oh gosh, it's insane.
Another big one, I'm guessing.
But yeah, we talk about it all the time. When it's happening, and you better be, you know, in the right place with the right bait in your hand, and it is happening right now.
And Paul Mueller just landed a 4.12. He's up to 23.8 on the day,
dark.
3rd place.
Wow.
I think he's just really
It's
dark.
happening.
He's skinny. Let's see if he'll even help. I don't know.
It's one of those times where they're talking at the dock and they say, man, they were starting to go off at noon. And that's when someone in the tank line realizes they were headed to their next spot for the next 30 minutes when they were biting.
No, he ain't even gonna help. Skinny dark one.
Man, oh man. Never leave them biting. But we got to do it. We are out of time for this day. The weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can check that out at Bassmaster.com. Very, very important weigh-in. From out of these 47, only 10 will be left standing at the end of the day, the 10 who will compete on Championship Sunday. Might want to mark that one down. Coverage continuing on Bassmaster.com. Man, oh man, what a day here in the state of New York. Excellent, excellent stuff.
Most of the time, anglers are mad they get cut because they want to continue to fish. Sometimes it's a nice break. Here, it is a vacation, and 37 anglers that get cut today will be bummed as can be. They're not fishing tomorrow.
One of the most famous sayings in fishing is you should have been there yesterday. Please be here tomorrow because this is going to continue.
It's going to start at 8 a.m. same time, 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Hey, coming up next, PBA Bowling, PBA League Strike Derby is coming right up. Coming to you from Portland, Maine. We will see you here from New York tomorrow.
He had an absolute incredible day yesterday. He told me it was luck, but I said it's never luck when you catch them that good. I said, yeah, it's luck when you catch 1 or 2 big ones, but you're doing something right. I told him to stick with it and keep it up and try to do it again.
Well, Smalley's nosing down. You can tell by someone's body language when a fish is looking at your bait.
Yeah, and Stetson's so good with his electronics.
I called it. And he's horsing it in like a little guy.
Yeah.
A lot of fish right here, though. I'm going to make a few casts. Let's see if anything's bigger.
See, he even tried to shake it off a couple times. Whenever you're trying to dump off a 2-pound smallmouth.
See, he made it out lucky, actually. Those are the ones that usually throw your bait. They throw your weight. You got to go regroup, get all set up. You got a whole mess with your drop shot.
Oh, yeah.
Your line's all tangled around your hook, and you're trying to rush to get back out there, especially since he said, hell, they're everywhere. You want to get that next cast out there and hope that you catch one of those 4, 5, 6-pound smallmouth that are down there.
It's true. I mean, whenever you get that school fired up, I mean, there'll be times where you'll see them scoping or, on your graph, and there's a pile of them, and they just don't want to eat. I think that all these fish have these bite windows. And I think there was a big play this week with the full moon that we had. And I think that's why it pushed a lot of fish shallow, regardless if they were actually spawning. They still just, they felt that moon to push up shallow.
I don't know.
In a certain trail. Sounds good.
Like no, just grab one.
Mr. Stetson fishing a Berkeley flatworm, look like everyone else and their mom this week. It's so fun, man. These fish, little bottle rockets, little brown bottle rockets. It's incredible. This place is truly a special fishery, and again, man, I wish that was out there catching them up.
I know. It's hard to watch, and it's hard to, you see so many 4, 5, 6-pounders get caught, and we're like sitting here wondering, how did we miss those? Where did we miss those? Everywhere we went, there was a potential to have something of that quality, and we just missed them.
Yeah.
But hey, it happens, and all we can do is move on to the next one, and learn from it, and just build on the next time we come to a place like this, or the next type of fishery that we go to that can relate to this. If you can ever take something from a lake and use it on another one,
totally.
That's all part of the game.
Totally, man. I mean, being able to, you take a lesson from one fishery, and not always does it apply to the very next fishery. Sometimes you have to wait a whole season or a couple of different events before you can apply what you've learned previously. I think that's the cool thing about bass fishing in the sport, is it's a constant learning cycle, and when you feel like you've got it it all, you're losing.
Oh, no doubt about it. And there's always something to be learned, even on a bad day. Like I say, you can go out there and zero, not catch a fish, not even have a bite, but you still learn something that day. I know it's hard, and we all go through it. That's a struggle to, handle it and deal with those tough days, but you definitely learn something on the tough days. It makes you a better angler in the long run every time.
I agree. Yeah, it's such a mental game, and to be able to shake off a bad day, even a skunk on the water, it really teaches you on different levels, not even just in fishing, but in life too. It just teaches you patience, and teaches you that everything has its ebbs and flows, and knowing how to take those low times and be able to turn it around, because a high time is just around the corner.
And I can tell you one thing, you learn a lot of patience here trying to fight a smallmouth out there in that current. That is one thing that you learn a lot coming to St. Lawrence River. If you need to work on patience, come here and catch a 5-pound smallmouth. You're going to have to take about 4 or 5 minutes to get that fish in the boat.
Oh, yeah. No, that's incredible. Mr. Johnson.
Now we have both. How many times have we been here?
I don't know, a lot. We've only went out of Clayton one time. Every time else we've been here, we've been out of Waddington. Hey, we're back. Got you a new set of guys on stage. Got Matt Herron and here with my buddy Bill Lowen. And
we're buddies.
Well, we were till this was started. You know, we may not be buddies when it's over.
This is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. We're sitting here looking down, and we got Bass Track in front of us, and we're looking down this thing. And, you know, I totally missed a boat this week. I don't know how I did. I mean, Bill had 39 pounds, didn't make the cut. I mean, we're still sitting here looking at these weights shell-shocked. It's like, my God.
I mean, anywhere you go in the country and you can catch 20 pounds a day, that's typically really good. I mean, here that didn't even make the cut, like you said, and we've been here a lot. None of us have ever seen the weights like the lake's turning out right now, but I think we hit it at that perfect storm where you got shallow fish, deep fish. You got fish in every stage. You can catch them any way you want to catch them, and as you see with the weights, it's definitely showing.
You know, this is the first time we've been out of Clayton. Well, we were here in 19. And we went out of Clayton, but it was a totally different time of year. We were here in August. A lot of the fish were out. They'd already moved to their summer haunts. They were out 25 to 35 foot deep, and it's just kind of a different deal. And now, I mean, I think some of these fish are starting to transition out. I mean, we're sitting here watching Stetson. Hadn't got to see much of it, David. Looks like he's drop shotting or Ned rigging or something out a little deeper. And so I think we got a lot of fish that's a good one there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking the pressure and plus the heat, the warmer days and everything, these fish are going to start transitioning out. And that's kind of what I tried to key on this week. I really thought when we got here and I started seeing there's empty beds everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere you get, there's a shallow sandy flat. You can see where they spawned. And I really thought by the time this thing got started that the fish would start moving out to that 10 to 25 foot stuff. And it's obvious by looking at the weights and my weight, I missed the boat.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, there's so many big, giant lake fish up swimming around shallow right now. You know, like you said, you see Stetson here fishing. Looks like he may be a little deeper because you can't quite see the bottom, but he had a 27-pound bag yesterday. I mean, that's a giant.
That's a giant bag.
Yep.
You know, you and I both practiced out on the lake on Sunday, the first day of practice, and there were a lot of 3-pound fish up cruising, but oh God, that's a good one.
That's a big one.
That's a double handful. Looks like he caught it on a drop shot. It's either that or some kind of a white-looking Ned rig or something.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time. It seems like those lake fish are built different than these river fish, and they weigh, you know, half a pound to maybe even a pound more of the same size fish you catch out of the river.
That fish has got to be pushing close to 5. Yeah, the river fish are just a lot thinner overall. They may be the same length. They just don't have the fat rolls behind their eyes.
I think that's from fighting that current all the time.
Come on, dude. Yep, that's a good one. That's 4 1/4.
4 1/4.
The good side.
It's a big one.
Everybody still good? Ooh, that one's not.
It's so hard to keep these fish when you catch them up. You know, I can tell from looking at that fish there, his swim bladder's blowed up a little bit. And in the summertime heat, when they're coming out of the deep like that, these smallmouth fight so hard they mess themselves up.
Well, that's what just goes to show how important it is to fizz those fish that, like you said, even though if you don't catch them deep and they fight really hard, it seems like they blow that air bladder up. Look at everybody right there at the river, at the lake.
Yeah, Patrick's done running halfway around the world out there. My gosh, that's a long run.
Well, and with that being said, you know, you typically don't get 4 days where the wind doesn't blow. You know, if you remember years back when Brandon Polinick won out there on the lake running from Waddington, it didn't blow for 4 days, and that never ever happens.
Well, he got wind the last day, but it was the wind that he got
was a good win for him to get to where he was going.
All he had to do was fight his way out of the river, and then he could basically run the troughs all the way to Henderson Harbor.
You know, that's one thing to be said for why, not necessarily Lake Ontario, but all the Great Lakes, you know, Lake Erie, Lake St. Clair, places like that, are so good because, hell, half the year you can't even get out there and fish, you know, because typically it's so rough that you can't get out there. And I think that's what protects a lot of these fish is Mother Nature, keeping it rough, keeping us from going out there.
Yeah, you simply can't go, you know. And I saw the wind forecast. I knew it was supposed to calm down, but we only really got a day and a half where you could practice. The first day of practice in the afternoon, from about 2 o'clock on, it howled, and then the second day,
one
you know, it got up pretty early in the morning, and then the third day it just blew a hurricane. So to see where these guys actually wound up finding these fish that quick with the limited practice we had, it's kind of amazing. But I think they just committed to it. There's so many fish there that you just put yourself in the area
and hope you catch the big ones.
That's it. Looks like Chris is working that trolling motor pretty hard, live scoping. Yeah, he got a drop shot in his hand, drop shot into him.
Yeah, all this forward-facing sonar has definitely opened up a whole new world for everybody.
Yeah, he's in the river, it looks like. I see the windmills there. It looks like they're at the mouth of the river. You can see that bar in the background. He's fishing some kind of bar right on the edge of the drop. But it's slowly starting to change. I mean, they're still having to live scope these fish. They're not really. He's got him a group going here.
They must be big ones too.
Yeah, you can see his breathing kind of.
He said, I hope these are bass. Probably 10-pound walleye.
Or big drum.
Right.
It's a phenomenal place to fish. I mean, you sit back and scratch your head. It looks so easy, but yet it's there's challenges involved with fishing up here.
Well, wind, weather, current. It's not easy. It ain't like you're just going to run out there and hammer them every day. But when you find them and you land on them, it's some of the most amazing fishing you ever have in your life. I was hoping to see him catch one of these big ones.
Yeah, these fish they're starting to come off a little bit, come out a little deeper water, but they're still not running in big schools, and they're still not on the bottom is the problem.
A lot of suspended fish going on right now.
A lot of suspended fish. That's why the live scoping has been so critical in this tournament. That when they're not on the bottom and they're not in groups, they don't compete for food. So pretty much, you know, they're an aggressive fish, super aggressive. And in their world, everything flows by so fast up here with current, they react to a bait pretty quickly. So it's just a matter of you got to make the right pitch, the right place with live, and to catch them, because a lot of these fish don't get caught without live. They're just not like this.
Definitely changing the game.
Well, in the last 10 years, we've seen more advancement in the sport than we have in the previous 30.
Yeah, with electronics for sure.
Well, electronics with line, rods, lures, hooks. I mean, all this stuff has contributed to catching humongous stringers of fish that I don't think, if we'd have come up here 20 years ago, the bulk of these fish aren't getting caught. Well, I say that. The heritage fish will still get caught.
Right.
All those fish out there in those bays that are up, but outside of that, guys wandering around out here in the middle of nowhere on these flats, there's no way to really pinpoint these fish without live scope. Without live, you just can't do it.
Well, like you said, it opened up a fish that we'd have never probably caught.
It's pretty riveting TV. I forget to talk.
Well, you just want to sit here and watch what's going on, try to watch what you missed, you know? You know, you sit here and beat yourself up for, you know, not doing whatever, but, you know, after practice, you go and do what you think you need to do, and you didn't think you was going to have the finish you had. You know, you thought you was going to catch what you needed to survive, maybe not win, but, man, after that first day when I seen the weights, I was like, we are in some serious trouble.
Unless I got here kind of gimped up having to protect my back. My back's been giving me trouble for 2 or 3 weeks. I tried to stay out on the lake that first day, and the second day I kind of started drifting back in the river because I physically knew I was one bad boat ride or one big wave away from being in trouble. Until I can get this thing all healed up, I just got to take it easy on it.
Are you coming up with excuses?
No, I'm getting old. What do you want me to tell you?
Getting old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old is an excuse. It's a darn good one, too.
Old is an excuse. That's what I just heard, you know?
No, I done something to my back on those windy days at Fork. I kind of took a wave funny that where my hips and all, it just something shifted around, and it's just been super sore. And it'll get better, but it's just going to take some time, and I keep banging it, and I need to leave it alone a little while.
Well, when you come to bodies water like this and the wind blows, it's inevitable. It's going to be rough. You know, it's rough on your equipment. Doesn't matter what ride you're riding in, unless you're in a 30-foot yacht. It's going to be rough, you know. I think a lot of times out there on that big water, guys get in a big hurry and need to just slow down. You know, I always say the speed limit on the Great Lakes is about 17 mile an hour, especially when it's rough out there. But, yeah, I mean, I've seen some guys this week spear some waves and submerge them all the way underwater. You just got to slow down, take your time. I mean, it doesn't do you any good to get there in a hurry, and if your equipment's destroyed and you can't fish. So just remember that, man. On the Great Lakes, when it's rough, take your time. Get there in one piece.
What about the third day of practice when I'm just trying to idle and they're coming over the front, over the back?
Yeah,
over
I mean, the third day of practice was unbelievable. You know, I've fished the St. Lawrence River a lot. I didn't even dream that the actual river could get that rough. And the wind was blowing with the current. I could only imagine if it was blowing against the current how big it would have been stacked up. Makes me sick to sit here and watch these guys all fishing up shallow where I can see the bottom.
Yeah, I remember when we went out of here in 19, somebody named Bill Lowen was pretty much on the American side of where Greg is and talking about the cracks and the rocks and the boulders and how many big ones is up there.
I want to talk about it.
Did you ever check that area in practice?
I did. I mean, I caught piles and piles of 3-pounders, but I knew 3-pounders weren't going to do any good.
Greg's hooked up.
That's one, I don't know. It's one of those fish.
Maybe I was just being hard-headed, but as you can see, apparently they're out there.
As soon as he could set the hook right off, I seen that rod, that head shake.
Didn't it?
When they do that pulse, that doom, 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 it gives you that old smallmouth rapid head shake, you know, them little ones don't do that. I'm going to say he's a 4-pound pluser.
He bit me 2 or 3
And
times.
they don't quit, man.
I was like, and I was like, well, I said, that feels.
That's a good one. Yeah, and the whole time you ain't breathing when they're jumping because you're like, I hope the hook stuck.
Okay, he's got 2 hands on the rod.
He better, or that smallmouth to have his rod. Dragging the old tube.
I knew he was fat when he jumped. I could see that.
What is that, 3-something?
I don't know.
That's a heavy fish.
It's going back.
He ain't good enough.
They all 3 look just like that.
Crazy.
You know, out of all the new baits and techniques we got, the old school tube. 4-pounders. All 4-pounders? Well, if Greg's calling them 4-pounders, they're all probably close to 5s or more. Yeah, here we go. Greg's weight today, he's showing a 7 o'clock, a 4, a 7:33, a 4, 8:21, a 4. I'm gonna go out on a limb and just tell you by fishing around him since 2003. I'm gonna say that's roughly 25 to 26 pounds.
Are you saying he's a sandbag?
No,
Is that what you're saying? I think that's what you said.
Greg just gives him the old Greg eye, and that's normally about 2 pound light.
I know somebody like that.
Who's that?
Normally you're 3 pounds light. I asked you the first day, how much you got? 15. I only got 15. I had almost 19.
I wish we could pull up his bass track weights from day one, because I happened to. Somebody sent me a text message with his bass track weights on day one, and he showed 15 pounds, and he had 24.12, and I haven't got to see his weight today, so he could be sitting on a big old bag, and what he just threw back right there, and he didn't even look at it good. He's got good ones.
I'm just still amazed at how many 3.5 pound fish are in this body of water. There's probably more in this body of water than anywhere in the country.
Their smallmouth, what's crazy, this is how you know when you're on a really healthy fishery. You can get out here, I don't know why they do it, but the juvenile smallmouth, the 12-inch to 2.5 pounders, there's huge schools of them here now, 35 foot. They're already gone out. Why? Or I don't guess Mama ever lets them come to the bank.
That's probably so they don't get ate by a 5 pound smallmouth.
But you can go out now and look at, in that 28 to 35 foot, and you'll see spaghetti lines everywhere, and it'll be 100 fish schools.
You can catch one every drop.
Every drop.
And they'll be 13 or 14 inches
13, all the way up 2.5 pounds.
Yeah.
Hundreds of them. So this place is chock slam full, and I don't understand why. You think those little rats would be all up there shallow, but they're not.
I caught that one over there. I don't know if they went up and then slid over in that.
What's he fishing, Bill?
I don't want to talk about it.
Tell me what he's fishing, Bill. He's talking about a seam.
He's fishing like 30 foot deep right
No,
now.
he's fishing in about 3 or 4 foot of water. And have you ever seen them cracks and them black rocks that run up through there? He couldn't be talking about that, could he?
Yeah.
Somebody told me about staying over a week up here last year and how they got, you found these slab rock and it had the seams in it, and you just fished down the seam. Who was that guy?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you should talk to Jennifer about that,
I heard Jennifer had a whale of a day.
Well, the only reason we ended up having to leave is because we ran out of drop shot sinkers and we ran out of baits.
Greg's back. Oh, he sees one. He sees something that caught his eye. We're on the leader, Jay. He's had a phenomenal week. He looks like he's back in behind Wolf and Fox Island in that real shallow area back there.
He could actually get a century belt on smallmouth.
Yeah, we all been predicting that somebody would get a century belt here. I thought it would happen. I thought we could see multiple this week. I thought we could see 2 or 3 guys get it. He's at 76.5 by Bass Track right now. If he's a little higher than that, I mean, he literally could go out tomorrow and do something no other angler's ever done.
Ever done.
There's never been a century belt got with smallmouth, 100% smallmouth. And if he could bump this up a little bit, if he could get up to around 78, 79 pounds, unless something weird happens with the pace that he's on and what he's doing, he could be in rarefied air.
It'd be something cool to see accomplished, but I mean, the reason I feel like it's so hard to accomplish that here is because of the weather. I mean, there's days when we'll get canceled, so we'll take a 4-day event and turn it into a 3-day event, or maybe the weather blows in on your area so hard that you can't, effectively fish it. I think that's why we've never seen a century belt happen, but this one right here is lining up perfect.
Well, the biggest one is you can't get a century belt in 2.5 hours running out of Waddington.
Right.
I mean, you're so limited, and we've come close. I mean, there's been guys come close, but we were going out of Waddington, and by the time you calculate the run down here and the variables and trying to get down here and get back, I mean, Taku caught 26 pounds last year on last day, and he only fished 2.5, 3 hours. And if he'd have got to stay there, he could have probably called up and got into that 27 or 28 pound range.
Do we know the number of how close we've been to the century belt?
What's the closest guy to it?
97 pounds. That's
yeah, and that was in August.
That's huge. That's unbelievable still.
Fish had fattened up and really got out grouped up deep. So to see these guys be able to stay up shallow and roam around And basically, I mean, it might as well be deer hunting. I mean, they're literally bow hunting. I mean, they're hunting each fish. They're picking out each individual fish, and they're fishing for that fish. And to be able to do it and catch that kind of weight is just, it's crazy.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see it happen.
You know, Paul, depending on how close he is on his weight, Chris Johnston, I mean, we're getting kind of close on time here at the end of the day. Today, I mean, unless somebody can get up in there to that 27-pound range, I don't see it being physically possible. Right now, I think Jay's the only one that could possibly do it.
Right.
I mean, a 27-pound bag of smallmouth this time of year is just incredible. And you got to remember, these fish are post-spawn. So they're probably a half or 3/4 of a pound light on every fish that they're catching. The fish we caught up here in August, I mean,
they've done had time to feed back up and get big again.
They look the same, physical stature as far as their profile and all that, but you just, when you pick them up in your hands, I mean, it's just like I call it, they got lead in their britches. They ain't got lead in their britches right now. You catch them in August, they got lead in their britches. What's he done? He must have broke off and found the line or something. No. Is that his line? Yeah, he's retying. He must have felt a bad place. That's something up here. The zebra mussels are just pure terror on fishing equipment. And it's amazing, you know, when think back about 20 years ago when everybody wrote the Great Lakes off for dead. The gobies have showed up. The zebra mussels are in the Great Lakes. The smallmouth population will be devastated. And sometimes science is wrong way more than it's right. And they missed on this one. You know, they tell you that stocking in some of these southern lakes won't help. But I go back. I had a conversation with a gentleman yesterday. I beg to differ. Go look at the James River right now. The James River, after a total obliviation of the population of fish in it, with a concerted effort from the state of Virginia and stocking it with the right fish, the James River right now is as fertile a fishery as we've got in this country. It's phenomenal. I heard a report from a guy up here yesterday that the Potomac River's back and it's on fire. Mother Nature has a way of taking care of herself. I know that the zebra mussels, as a general rule, for an inland fishery, like out in California and stuff, they're a bad deal. They get on the
water intakes
and some of those things like that. But they catch 5-pound red ear shell cracker in Havasu. I mean, who ever heard of that? It's because of a zebra mussel. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, it's a bad deal, but it's, my God, man. I mean, look at Mother Nature takes care of herself. Sometimes I think we need to take a wool back and let things play out before we deem something as the end of the world.
You sound like a politician, man.
No, I just did a blog on Bassmaster.com. Go read it. And the big thing is the blog stated is, you know, leave it better than we found it.
Right.
I've gotten to the age now that I've gotten to see Rayburn 30 years ago. I got to see Eufaula 30 years ago. I got to see the Coosa River 30 years ago, Gunnersville. I saw Gunnersville be one of the most phenomenal fisheries, to the TVA devastating it with spraying, to coming back with the grass. I've seen the baddest of bad and the goodest of good. And I just think as you know, I love this sport, whether I'm a tournament angler. back in the early 2000s, and you could. And I don't want to see that go away, and I don't think it will. But I think that as long as we have the conversations,
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
A little less than 1 hour of fishing time left for the anglers in flight number 1 here on semifinal Saturday. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. At this point, you're saying, well, we just got a little bit left at the end of this row to hoe, but I'm telling you what, the way things have been happening today, there's no telling what's going to go on in the last hour here. Jay Shakura, in the past 2 hours, has certainly upped his lead. About a 4.5, 5-pound advantage over Paul Mueller, a man who has moved rapidly up the leaderboard in the last 2 hours as well. Chris Johnston, Austin Felix, Corey Johnston in there as well. Taku Ito kind of turned his fortunes around a little bit today. A lot of guys just absolutely going crazy out there, catching them, and catching them. Let's do what we can to catch you up on it with our Yamaha Midday Report, and we'll start with Corey Johnston.
Corey Johnston, one that I picked to win this tournament. I mean, between him and his brother, a lot of people certainly picked him to win this event. He's having a great tournament, but this morning things kind of went south for him only for about 30 minutes, had a mechanical issue. Thank goodness he overcame that. The service crew, we appreciate all those folks helping him out. It only cost him about 30 minutes, but at that point when he went to get his repairs done, he unofficially had the lead. He has not recovered from that. He's in 4th place now, but only about 5 or 6 pounds back. That doesn't look like a lot, but boy, it's smallmouth fishing this time of year, Ronnie. 5 pounds can be a ton to try to make up.
Yeah, and 20 pounds is normally a great mark to set for yourself, and that's what Corey has right now, 20 pounds, even the smallest bag of anyone in the top 10 right now. Like you said, yeah, he hasn't really redialed in that area, or he decided to do a different little bit of game plan, maybe hit somewhere else on the way back from his pit stop. So we will keep an eye on that. But if anyone can go catch 27 on the final day of the tournament, I'm not going to count the Johnson.
Oh, absolutely. And I guarantee you, they've got a little plan.
Oh, yeah, they got something going. Too much experience here. Let's take a look at Austin Felix. He was the picture of consistency. 25 pounds even on day 1, 25 pounds even on day number 2 as he started this day.
Yeah, Tommy, that's one thing that I noticed last night looking up and down the leaderboard and noticed. You look for people that have been consistent. Yeah, it's great to catch that 6'12" or 6'11" like Stetson Blaylock. Catch a 6+ over 6.5 and makes your weight look good. But for Austin Felix to have 2 days of 25 pounds even, you go, wow, he's really got it going on. Today he's showing unofficially, a good bit less than that, just a little over 20 pounds, but probably got a little more than that, a lot closer to 25, and still got some time to fish.
We'll see those 4 1/4s to maybe 4 1/2s turn into 4 3/4 at the weigh-in. Obviously, all these weights are unofficial. I mean, people can rag on Bass Track all they want, but it gets us closer to what reality is instead of waiting a full 8 hours. So Austin Felix, with his track record here, a top 10 and a top 25, wouldn't be surprised if we see a top 5 from him this week.
Yeah, and he's a little less weight today, but today he did one thing different. He said last night that he was going to start deeper. He's been starting shallow and go deep. He started deeper. He might rethink that for tomorrow.
Corey Johnston's brother, Chris Johnston, started out. He's been pretty consistent all day long. Yeah, in and out of the places with the big ones, basically.
Yeah, Chris has kind of been hanging kind of like the guy that you really should be concerned about, because he's won here in the past. He's been close every single time he's ever fished here, whether it be a Bassmaster Open or an Elite. And he's just been right there the entire tournament. And Chris Johnston mixing it up a little more than his brother Corey. It looks like to me he's fishing shallow some, but he's also fishing out a little deeper using his forward-facing sonar. So Chris Johnston is someone that will definitely be in the hunt tomorrow.
Tommy, I need to apologize to you because during our Rapala live well to preview this event, you said 20 pounds a day make the final day cut. 60 pounds or so will get you there. And I said, I think so, give or take maybe just a little bit.
Took a while to get 'em in.
Gonna give or take a lot of it because right now 20 pounds a day is 36th place. At the end of the time, all 47 may be 20 pounds a day.
That was the burning question when we did our preview. That's why you always look at previews and take them with a grain of salt, no matter how well informed you may be a week in advance or 2 weeks in advance. And our leader, Jay Shakira.
Yeah, Jay, I'll be honest with you guys. I thought day one, he had caught the biggest stringer of smallmouth he's ever weighed in his life. Yeah, yesterday, wow, he caught that 5 and that 6 late in the day. But looking at it right now, and I know these are unofficial, but if he's got a 5-pound lead, it's going to be tough to beat tomorrow.
You always like to give everyone as much of the benefit of the doubt as you can, but for rookies, we only have single-digit amount of days that they've even competed at the top level, and you don't know how good of a pattern they are. Maybe they burned up some stuff to be in that position. You're never sure, but with Stevens Point, Wisconsin angler, knows smallmouth, he knows river systems. This is what he loves. He loves clear smallmouth places and river systems. He's figured it out this week, and like you said, 26 and change, 25 and change. Now he's going to have 24 and change probably. That's stout.
Yeah. Has any of our other anglers confided in you that one of the main things they got going for them is they're in a place that's loaded with bait?
No, he's the only one, and it's a big deal. We've talked about it every day. Once he told me that, I was like, ooh, he's got something special. Because you're always worried in any tournament, but especially a smallmouth tournament, or I'd also say a spotted bass tournament, about those fish leaving you because they are roamers. They largemouth kind of stay around unless something forces them out, bad water quality or something like that. But smallmouth they're movers, but as long as that bait stays there, he's going to have fish.
It looks like Jay has made a move from where he's been on the far, south side of Ontario.
Yeah, my day's been kind of crazy compared to the last two. Man, unbelievable. I mean, I didn't think this morning after my spot didn't pan out really that I'd really have a legit shot. I mean, I knew I had a good shot, had a good bag, but to have what I had now, and I went to my secondary area, and it turns out that that area has a lot of fish in it. I mean, I don't know, at one point I counted probably over 100 smallmouth on that spot, just that I could see with my eyes. And, there's a lot of 3-pounders there, but there's some big ones mixed in. And I ended up catching that 6.5-pounder there late in the day. And I'm just back in the river right now, just fishing a couple of flats that I had some bites on in practice. And so other than that, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm just ready to weigh these things in and see where I stand, and I'm ready to get after them tomorrow.
So this will be 3 out of 3 days. He's back in the river, just kind of playing it safe.
Yeah.
And that's a little spooky also for all the people trying to chase him down. He's not had to fish until the last minute before you run in. You always leave yourself a few minutes extra, but day one he left himself hours of fishing time to get back close with that stringer. And yesterday a little bit early, and today he's been able to get his business done, so to speak, and be back close to check-in. So he doesn't have to worry about any kind of issues and being late with a good stringer of fish.
Patrick Walter's definitely a guy that's been catching them steadily all day. We haven't shown, I think, but a fraction of the catches he's had today. He's been a busy guy.
Yeah, he has caught a lot of fish. I didn't even realize at break, talking to some of the people in the truck, that he has caught a lot of fish. And that's one thing that can be frustrating for him, and I'm sure there's some others, you know, unofficially 6 pounds, 5 ounces behind the leader and, you know, maybe caught 40 fish today. But you just have to have those 5s and 6s like Jay has been able to catch. So that'll be 2, assuming his scales were right. This will be the second 6-pounder he's caught in 3 days. Didn't he catch one? Didn't he have a 6 on day 1?
Talking about Jay?
Yeah.
Probably if he has 26-13. I can't remember a specific fish. I know Jacob Fouts had a 6+.
But yesterday he caught a 6.
Oh,
so
yes.
it'll be his third.
Okay.
Remember yesterday he caught a 5 and a 6 late. He's got
that's
a 6
right.
now,
Yep.
and I think maybe
You're
he
right.
had one on.
They may not have waited since Lawson came in with a 6-4. The Fouts had a 6-8, and I remember on Bass Truck they had 5-9, 5-8 left and right.
So.
Sutra just
So he
gave
had-
us a lot of stats that we'll hear in just a
He's-
second,
he's
guys.
had
But yeah,
upper 5, at least an upper 5 and 2 6s in 3 days. I mean,
Yes.
that's.
yeah.
You know,
That's
like
the
I
X
said,
fac-
people go a lifetime and never catch those 3 fish.
That's 100% the reason you can get from 22.5 this week to 24+ is being able to have a 6+ pounder. And some of our guys, you see them consistently in 16th place because they can't get above that 23-pound mark.
Yeah. And it really, you know, you go to a good fishery, that's what separates you. You go to Guntersville, you got to catch a 7 or 8 pound largemouth. You know, you just got to separate yourself because everybody's catching 3s and 4s and some 5s. You come up here, you know, this day and time, you've got to catch 5s and every once in a while 6.
I will be very proud of Patrick Walters if he can stay and make it to the top 10. He was very confident, had two consistent days coming in with 24 pounds each day. His other finishes in his 3 years, this is his 4th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The other 3 trips here, a 57th, 47th, and a 77th. And I'm pretty sure all 3 of those years he missed the day 3 cut. So this will be his first day 3 cut, and it'll be maybe his first top 10 here. Learned quite a bit about smallmouth fishing over the last couple of years.
Big improvement there.
Yes.
He's always trying to expand everything. Isn't he? He's got a plan.
Which now that we see that, Davey, AOY in the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Because that was the missing link. Yeah.
It's been his missing link.
His first year he led after like 5 events, and rookie.
Want to know what's crazy? I will say this right now, and I may repeat it in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing in just a little bit. These 2 guys, before Patrick Walters leaves, Jay Shakir at Patrick Walters, they're the only 2 anglers in the top 10.
Let's run back here real quick.
I think I have to check Stetson maybe, but they're the only 2 anglers that I know of in the top 10 that have not made a final day at the St. Lawrence. Everyone else has made a final day.
Wow,
so it's about as chalk as you can get.
Yeah.
With the Johnstons, Taku, Greg Hackney's even had a 3rd place here. Zaldane with a 9th one year. Felix as well. Mueller, runner-up.
We're looking at him. We're hearing the music. I think I know what's up, Dave.
Looking at the leader, hearing the music, it's got to be the Power Pole replay of the day. Jay Secure. Day 2 leader. Only in 2nd place. He wasn't far behind the lead on day 1. Day 2 leader, and right now unofficially day 3 leader. He has to bring him scales, but this is what makes you the day 3 leader. And you can see a big smile on a young man's face. Jay Secure, you are the Power Pole replay of the day. Catching this 6.5 pounder, 6'8". Unofficially, I bet it might be a little more than that. 612 is a big fish for the tournament so far.
Normally, the scales that he used in the boat might be 3 to 4 ounces off per fish, and if that's the case, then that might be 612.
I mean, I don't think we would have made him Power Pole replay of the day had it not been 612.
Well, there he is. He's the man. Our replay of the day, Jay Shakura.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, their boats. And by Rapala.
Semi-final Saturday that has been, well, absolutely wild, as you might say. Great fish catching. One of the best.
Welcome back to the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Lead at the St. Lawrence River, day 3 here. Clayton, New York. What a great place. And Davey, it makes all the difference in the world. Location and time of fishing. Normally at this point in the day, if we were going out of another takeoff place, which has been great to us over the years, everyone would be running back, but we're still seeing guys make crucial catches in the last hour.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean,
look at the leaderboard.
There's a reason this lake and this river system gets better and better every year, but them being able to access the entire lake if they wanted to, or the river, means so much.
Striker Daily Trivia, where does the St. Lawrence rank on Bassmaster Magazine's best bass lakes? We're not going to go to commercial break. We just came back, Davey, so I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. Where does it rank? Best bass lakes, 2nd, 4th, 6th, or 8th? For the best bass lakes of
I'm going B, 4th.
4th? I think I've got to put it, I think it's 2nd behind Lake Fork in that list. I think it's 2nd. Oh, it's 4th.
B, 4th.
See, it was Fork, though. Okay, Cal Delta and Santee Cooper. I think you had insider
Santee
info.
Cooper had to be ahead of
I knew they
we
were
had almost
thinking
as
that
many
one.
20-pound bags on day 1 here as we did in all of the Santee event that broke 100 pounds. So I'm just saying.
Hey, there's weather and there's cypress trees.
Hey, bad cell service for Bob Downey. In fact, nothing. He had a 5.5 pounder. He's up to 24 pounds even on the day. He's jumped into 2nd place with 72.5. He's the closest to secure it with about 313 deficit.
Would love to get some visuals of Bob Downey, maybe for Championship Sunday, because it looks like he's going to be in the mix. But Jay Shakir, like we mentioned, closer to the mouth of that river, if not just tucked up inside that river, and catching maybe some bonus fish, not pressure in his main areas.
Also out of cell service was Justin Atkins, who competed last year here. He's at 22.12, up to 16.
If Atkins can get to 24 and maybe if he doesn't make the top 10, be just outside of it, then may have him in a good position points-wise to gain
less than
more.
a pound and a half out of getting into the top 10.
That'll help the cause.
He's putting them away.
Don't do that.
Gotta hide the good stuff.
He's gonna pick up his.
Don't want anybody to see that secret Cinco. Remember that, Tommy?
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
about
no
10
doubt.
year ago, somebody said,
gosh,
now, don't show anybody a Cinco.
No,
it's a secret.
I got a fish here next year.
Was it the color? The color of the...
I don't know if it'll help or not.
It's a great bait, but I don't think it's a secret anymore.
Chris Johnston hooked up. Looking to cut that deficit. Now, not only 2nd, he's now dropped down to 3rd behind Bob Downey and Jay Shakir.
Saved his day yesterday, really, with a 6-pounder late in the day. Chris Johnson did. He might be doing the same thing.
And Mueller snuck ahead of him too, Rennie.
Oh,
3 ounces ahead, yeah.
Could the Johnsons miss the final day cut? That's the new narrative. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
And look at the final day cut you were talking. It is right now Hackney at 69.12, and he's probably lowballed his fish. Zaldaina's next at 69.13. That he's probably, instead of 2012, Hackney's probably closer to 23 or 4 pounds, like he had the first 2 days.
I'm gonna grab them just in case.
I'm gonna bet you that Hackney, Blaylock, LaHue, and Wendlandt have all underestimated their fish.
I bet you Zaldain has as well. With how even, like just 5 even, 5 even, 5. There's going to be some ounces that give him some more.
Walter's good at that too.
That one. Be close.
It'll really be amazing to me, not amazing, surprising that Chris or Corey appears to not lead any of the first 3 days. No matter who wins, I would have probably bet someone that one of those two would have the lead.
One of these days.
1, 2, or 3.
Yeah. That's very
scale turned off.
Improbable, I would think.
Batteries are dead.
Tommy, we were talking about the 20 pounds making the final day cut. Could you have 60 pounds and make it?
Red.
Well, it looks like you could be at 24 pounds a day. If it ends up being everybody's a light a pound or two and it gets up to around 71 to 72 pounds, it's basically 24 a day.
Yeah.
Wow.
To make the final day cut.
That is amazing.
I want to see 10 make 100. I'm just going to say it. If we can get them within 27 pounds of. Yeah, within the biggest bag of the tournament. Within the biggest bag of the tournament, I'll have confidence they could do it.
You wouldn't be able to use that. For second place is first loser if you got 100 pounds. I'm sorry. You'd be disallowed from using that.
Incredible.
So, here's the question.
I think
elephant in the room. Will the winner have 100 pounds tomorrow afternoon?
I did not think so on Monday. I do think they will tomorrow.
So you're saying yes?
I do think the winner
Take
will have
100 pounds to win.
Yeah.
Not 99.15. 100.
No, I think that I'm going to tell Lisa. I'm going to tell Lisa to put her arm on there if it's 99.15. We ain't going to deal with that.
What do you think, Tommy?
I think so. How about you?
I hate to be negative Nancy, but I think it'll be just a little bit short.
Okay.
98, 99.
Wow.
I hope I'm wrong, because certainly be
the first season where we had 300-pound winners.
Would it?
In 2007, yes.
Yeah.
We never had 3. We've had, 2006 and 2007, they had 2 events. Each were 100 pounds win, but we've
I keep hearing great things about Oahe.
Yes.
So that.
What?
That's right. It's,
No, for real.
Seriously.
I've seen it too.
I've heard some things just in the last
30-pound
month or two.
bags.
People that, the 100-pound mark.
Yeah, I mean, people went pre-fished when we announced the schedule. And they were up in that neck of the woods, and they were able to go pre-fish around the time of year we'd have the tournament. So that last August, they were able to pre-fish a little bit. I mean, people talking about catching the most smallmouth they've ever caught in their life and catching a bunch of 5s that you could do 25 a day possibly.
Troy Dieter, our Bass Nation guy who qualified for the class a couple years ago, caught the South Dakota state record. It's like a 7.47 there last summer.
That one I think is going to be weather dependent a bit too.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
Guys, I got to be completely honest with you. Before we get into Championship Sunday, where it's all positive, we're going to talk about the best fantasy fishing teams of the week. We won't probably be talking about my team tomorrow because it's not going to be the best of the week. I had a little bit of a slip up in my later buckets, bucket D and bucket E this week, and I'll get into that. But wanted to go through just for transparency, the king of fantasy fishing. If I'm going to be deemed that, I have to be honest with everyone else. And I've had a couple good picks and a couple that got disappointed on me. These two, Jonathan Kelly, Daisuke Aoki, missed the cut. And really, they were in that 17 to 18 pound range every day, and that is just normally pretty good, but it was below par this week. Greg DePalma, one of our 8 anglers to average 20 pounds and go home, so he did not make the cut with close to 40 pounds for 2 days of fishing. I had 2 guys fishing today. Hopefully those 2 are fishing tomorrow. That helps a lot. If you are going to have only a couple make the cut, that they're fishing tomorrow. And that goes for Mercury Drain the Lake as well. For me, I had 4 and 4. 4 missed the cut. 4 made the cut, and the 3 of those 4 that made the cut today may end up fishing tomorrow as well. I have both Johnstons. I saved Chris Zaldain here instead of using him at Lake Fork, which the way it's turning out, getting a top 10 here possibly, but he didn't at Lake Fork. That could help me out quite a bit. Jamie Hartman, he started around the 30s. I think he's still in that range, maybe 40th place or so. Obviously looking for, as long as you make the day 3 cut, you can't fall too far. But I had Josh Douglas in that 40-pound club and missed the cut. Well, he was also one of those 8. And like I said, Greg DePalma, I think Brian Schmidt was in that 19-pound range, and Jonathan Kelly. I doubled up on him. And honestly, if you heard Jonathan Kelly's story, you can't blame anyone because it's just in the cards that way. 2 days in a row, coming back to weigh-in, had a flock of birds end up pooping all over his boat as he's running, and so that's just a bad luck week, and I'll take that. That's not on Jonathan. That's not on me. It's just a tough break.
All the news that fits.
I've heard a lot of excuses.
Yeah, I'm not raining on your parade.
I have heard a lot of excuses, but when the birds poop on your deck on the way in.
2 days in a row, his marshal's getting covered, and he had to apologize.
Oh my God.
So bird pooping, this is a total different bird. Hummingbird, bird's eye view.
Now this one does not.
We love the hummingbird because it does not poop on anybody's deck.
No, it makes for a much better show, and that has been even more so. I mean, exponentially made better by hummingbird bird's eye view in these particular conditions we have had this week at the St. Lawrence in Lake Ontario. Beautiful, beautiful stuff of a perfect week, and we've got yet one more day yet to go, and it's looking like it's going to be the exact same conditions with just a little bit different wind conditions.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
My name is Rebecca Hopfinger. I'm the Executive Director of the Antique Boat Museum. The first sort of boat show, if you will, that took place was one where a local gentleman wanted to show off his newly restored boat and conducted a parade along the Clayton waterfront. There was so much interest in that it took place again a second year, a third year, and grew into what is now our 56th annual boat show, which always takes place the first full weekend in August. The boat show still continues. We will have our boat show this year. Of course, it's next weekend, August 1st, but very different than the normal show. So this year we're going to go back to our roots and do a boat parade again. And this time we'll actually do 2 parades, and we'll take boats all the way downriver into the Alexandria Bay area. And on the second parade, we'll circumnavigate Grindstone Island. The museum was founded by a small group of people here in the Clayton area, of course, again, as a branch of the Thousand Islands Museum. In the beginning, we're very fortunate that people have been so generous, and in the beginning we were pretty much accepting whatever people would offer to build the collection, and we do have a process that we go through. As a museum and nonprofit, we're governed by a board of trustees. We have a committee called the Collections Committee, and there's a process to review a boat whether or not it comes into the permanent collection. So it started out small, and through 53 years we've grown into having over 350 boats in the collection. There's a lot of rich history in this area of boating, and our focus really happens to be recreational boating. So recreational and freshwater is sort of a combination that we focus on. And there were significant builders in this area, so boat builders ranging from Alexandria Bay to Cape Vincent, and we have boats in the collection that represent these builders, as well as nationally recognized builders. A lot of people recognize Chris Craft, of course, and at one time they were the largest producer of recreational boats in the world. On our 4.5-acre campus, there's actually 7 different buildings, and a number of those house the boats. But we also have an off-site storage facility, and that is open to the public 1 day a week. It's manned by volunteers. We couldn't operate without our volunteers. And that's sort of a behind-the-scenes peek and a fun time to go up and see some of the boats that aren't on actual exhibit at the museum grounds. We do have classes of many types, ranging from knot tying to sailing classes. We are starting our sailing classes this coming week. They're offered usually at least twice a year. We have kids camps, we have adult classes, paddle painting, paddle making. There's a wide variety of classes that we've offered in the past, and we hope to offer again next year. Our collection ranges from a dugout canoe to a 103-foot, two-story houseboat, and everything in between. So where we are right now is actually our Morgan building. It houses our race boats and those that were really in the quest for speed. In terms of offers to the collection, we have an extraordinary outboard motor collection as well. And so, I mean, I know, that the Bassmasters, of course, have their outboards and their fabulous boats that they use today, but the earlier version of those is probably represented right here at the museum. Being open to the public, we have an admissions team. We have a great store that's online when you can't come to the museum directly. And so we have docents, which are tour guides, and also skiff livery attendants. So one of the things we offer, one of the things that sets the Antique Boat Museum apart from other museums is you actually get to experience a boat ride. So not only do you see the triple cockpit 1930s runabout in the exhibition, you actually get to book a ride and take a cruise on the St. Lawrence in a reproduction triple cockpit runabout. And of course, these were the fishing guides' vessels, if you will, that they used at the turn of the last century. So in the heyday here, the late 1800s and the early 1900s, St. Lawrence rowing skiffs were used by fishing guides to take the city folk out for their adventure.
Wow, what a nice piece. What an interesting bucket list kind of place, and what a great place to have it to Clayton, New York. Clayton celebrating 150 years this year. Man, that was nice.
It really was. I've been there. It's absolutely amazing seeing those old handmade boats. I mean, it's just really, really cool.
I got to get there. There's your leaderboard, unofficial as it stands right now. Very few minutes left of fishing. For our 47 anglers today, remember, only 10 of them will be going on to Championship Sunday. Jay Shakurat, the rookie, man, making one of the biggest rookie performances we have ever seen out here. TH Marine Weather Watch, let's concentrate on Championship Sunday right now with a high of 84, as warm as it has been here. Low of 67 that night. The wind changing as we speak. Changing from, has been so far in this, well, actually, yeah, so far. Most of today, it's been, and through the tournament from the north.
Things are just going, I don't know, everything's just going right. I can't make any bad decisions. Even though I lose fish, it's like it doesn't even matter. I don't know, it's pretty weird, but we're gonna weigh them and see where we end up, and yeah, pretty exciting.
All I can say is when you're the day 2 leader and you're the first guy that checks in on day 3 feeling like he's feeling, that's a good thing for a young angler right there. It really is.
And just by the way, all our way in, all of our activities based around the Antique Boat Museum. That's sort of our HQ of this event right here. And Jay Shakurat, wisely not waiting to make a mad dash at the end of the day.
Say hi to the live.
You think, well, it's a no-brainer, but I've actually seen in my years fishing, anglers that would have been leading on the second or third day have their weight within the first half of the day and do something silly and be late checking in and cost them the tournament. So it seems like, yeah, this is what he should be doing, but believe you me, it's not always what people do. Just checking in a few minutes early. It's not like he's an hour earlier or anything.
No.
Better be safe than sorry. With a good limit like he's got.
How'd you do, Bob? Did you? Yeah, good.
We mentioned I mentioned almost every event this year, there's at least 4 rookies who make the cut. 5 made the top 47 cut
Today
this week.
was
another one, maybe win. We've had a rookie lead every day of this event too.
I can't find a big school. So every day I try to find a big 5-pounder school, but today don't know. So I think wind change and a little bit wind is so not strong. So maybe no good today for me. So, but I think so if good spot I found, so I caught a 25 plus, but I can't find today. Very, very hard.
How different is it fishing this year from last year when you won?
This year the more shallow, I think.
More shallow?
Yeah, fish is more shallow. Last year I fish in the more deep, but this year the shallow. I like deep fishing. Hopefully many bass, hopefully all bass go too deep. It's easy to catch, but this year the bunch of fish is shallow. Shallow no good. I try to shallow now, but always no good. I don't know fishing, so how to feather jig fishing, but I try now.
Really
Taku
amazing.
no good shallow fishing.
To hear
always.
Taku say, I don't like shallow fishing, and he cut his teeth in Japan fishing from the bank. But he's certainly not a shallow water fisherman now.
He's the guy you see on YouTube standing on the edge of a cliff because it's so deep right there by the bank.
Shallow fish are more pressured?
Oh yeah, shallow fish. So many elite pro is good shallow fisherman. So shallow fishing is so no good for me. I don't know why I don't like shallow. I always fishing deep.
Taku check-in time, just the same as Secure It and Downey and Blaylock. They've all made it to the dock, but Taku is just right outside the check-in there.
Taku caught 26 pounds on the last day last year with different expectations. What's the equivalent of 26 pounds on the last day this year?
30?
30?
20, 28,
29,
29,
20,
at least.
yeah.
29 at least.
Heavy 28, definitely. Basically, Tommy, the biggest bag of smallmouth we've ever seen at Bassmaster history is 29.1. That would be it.
Yeah, so I'll back off of that 30. 29. Someone, one of the top 10 catch 29 tomorrow.
And if they catch 29, it better be 29 too to break a record.
Yeah.
We ain't trying to get that close and not break a record.
Yeah. That's doable, I would say.
Yeah, when I heard Stetson talk about a 30-pound stringer doable, yes, it is technically doable, but I really don't think that's a realistic goal for right this time of year.
They'd have to catch a 713. If they took Mueller's big one from 2020 with the quality that we've seen so far, filling out the limit.
Yeah, but a
possibly.
29, an upper 28 or a 29, I think is possible tomorrow. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's certainly didn't expect that 26 from Taku last year on that final day. Conditions were not the greatest in the world.
Not like they are this week, for sure.
Yeah, what's the saying, Tommy? Possible, not probable.
Possible, not probable. Yeah.
I'm interested to see what Shanley Hughes, 6.5 on Bass Track, and what Jay Shakir at 6.5 turn out to be. Kyle Welcher holds the big bass at 6.12. He caught that on day one.
Kyle Welter's hoping they're both 6'11s.
Exactly. That's what Stetson's was yesterday, I do believe.
Yep, that's right. Oh, there it is.
I don't know what's going on.
Now let's zip that bag up. I've seen it happen.
Oh, yes.
Especially in the old days, they've got great bags now. It'd be very hard for it to happen now because you got a mesh bag and that outer. But I've seen those bags break, years ago when it was just, they were heavy duty, but they were still just plastic bags.
And they always break in between the boat and the, the dock.
Halfway. Yeah, between the boat or dock or about halfway up the walk ramp.
I don't know who it was, but since I've covered the Elite Series in person, it was 2014 to 2016, I saw someone step off their boat onto the dock and their flip-flop bend over, like, how the front of it bends over because they kicked the edge of the thing and stumble forward and just water come rushing out of their thing and luckily it wasn't pointed the wrong way, they have to dive on the fumble, Not what you want to be doing with cameras looking at you. Or with no one looking at you.
Jacob Fouts just looked at his watch.
Yeah, I was just thinking, looking at Jacob, he had a slower start, high expectations for him.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's accomplished a lot at a young age. When I talked to him the other night, and I even marked this down, and I said, you got a little slow start, got your feet under you, but man, you've really been doing good. And this is after he had led day one, and he said, and I quote, yeah, confidence is a heck of a thing. And it's really, he's gotten his confidence fishing against the elite anglers now, where I don't think he really did at first. He was a little in awe, maybe being around some of these anglers.
Understandable.
That, and even, it, meetings, check-in time, who you stay beside at the campground or in the hotel, who to say hi to. It feels like it'd just be like, hey, what's up, Davey Hyde? I'm on the Elite Series too, but that doesn't happen. Even with grown men, you just don't know who to talk to. You don't know where to go. A lot of these places we've visited multiple times, it's the first time for rookies. They don't know what the normal arrangement.
If it stands with Fouts falling, Jay Shakura is going to take over the Rookie of the Year lead.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We're going to be on just for another minute, but just do your thing.
So
we're still on
that same topic, think about someone coming over to another country who can barely speak the language.
Oh, exactly.
Oh, my gosh. That transition is for them. And for him, for Taku to be doing as well as he is, having to endure what he had to endure to come from another country is super amazing.
Oh, that's strong.
That's what Carl Jacobson, even though he has the dialect is different, but he speaks the language well. Just transferring of the money, different currency, not transferring over. You got to figure all of those different things out.
Heck, his visa to get here to come to America just to fish. He said he had stacks of paperwork, 2 inches thick.
Let's follow Jay Shakura as he makes his way towards the stage here.
Nice.
Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Jay, great job, baby. Keep it going.
Thank you.
Well, that bag looks heavy, I'll say that.
It sure does. I don't think it's all water either. I used to put a lot of water in mine to make up for the lack of fish.
Oh, about to wrap up our coverage here. What a great 7 hours live we have had today, yesterday, and the day before. Upcoming live coverage, well, today, just in moments away from the 3 p.m. start time of our weigh-in here in Clayton, New York at the Antique Boat Museum. Tomorrow, 8 a.m., just as we did today, live begins, Bassmaster Live begins on Fox Sports 1, FS1, and the Fox Sports app. Dave Mercer will also take over the coverage at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Dave Mercer will be running the coverage of our weigh-in, which starts just moments away right now. So very important weigh-in, the most nail-biting time of the week for these 47 guys, only 10 will make it to Championship Sunday.
been a good 3 days. I think tomorrow will be just as enjoyable.
Oh, man. It's just, we're so spoiled. It has to be as good. It has to be as good as it has been the first 3
You'll
days.
have the storylines. Can Taku go back-to-back? Will Chris Johnston win his second one here? Will a rookie beat them all? Can Corey Johnston get the Elite Series monkey off his back? You got other guys in Angler of the Year race. Some guys turning their seasons around. Patrick Walters finally figuring out these brownfish as well.
A lot of stuff going on, and I think there might be a change or two in the top 10. I just got a feeling a couple of them small-eyed their fish.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, we had a Clark Winlet also tell us there's more to
He
what
did.
was in his bag, and he's just a pound out of the top
Greg
10
Hackney's
cutter.
been known to underestimate him a few times.
Shane Lee Hughes come back from 69th as well.
See you tomorrow, FS1 at 8 a.m. Also coverage all day long on Bassmaster.com. Weigh in next.